everyone. Thank you for getting up early to come and be here at the beginning of this great day that we're going to enjoy together. I'm going to read a flash piece from Twice Not Shy, 100 short stories that was published by Night Parrot Press, Linda Martin and Laura Keenan. And I'm going to read you a story written by Rashida Murphy called When the Sky Breaks. Names and numbers, she thinks. Names and numbers have such powerful resonances, especially when synonymous with catastrophe. September 11, 2001. November 11, 1918. What happened to the German children called Adolf in the decades following the war? She wonders this as she thinks of her own sweet Sam, her beautiful round-cheeked baby boy. His is a family name, passed down from generation to generation, one of the few connections to the old country that endures in this one, this new country whose sky is broken into little squares. There are other numbers too, 156, the number of people who drowned when the sinking boat flung itself against the swell of foam that obliterated the world, and she thought she would die, fearing her boy would never hear stories about brown hillsides and olive trees and the way the sky looked where he was born, or how the rain was scarce and temperamental, but enough to grow grapefruit and orange and basil and spinach and a renegade almond or two. Those trembling attempts at growing food despite Israeli trucks rumbling through their villages, flattening, blasting, scattering layers of concrete and dust, despite boys who never came back and fathers who never spoke again. These jailers are not unkind. She takes Sam every day to the makeshift schoolroom at the end of a very long grey corridor. There, with 15 children of varying ages, she has moments of restfulness, moments when she can close her eyes and not feel the prick of 1,000 knives behind her eyelids or hear the screams of the drowned ones. The older children scrawl misery on cardboard boxes, and the younger ones draw never-ending circles on a square blackboard. She clutches her boy hard against her chest and he squirms. The Afghani girl keeps moving the red, yellow, green beads of an old abacus back and forth, and the thin, dark boy hugs his knees and rocks. She tries to imagine a future for all of them, a future that includes olives and flatbread and the smell of sea and tobacco and kind men. Outside this cage, there are real people waiting to take the thin boy and the skittish girl to their homes, to love them as their parents would have, had they survived. She will walk out of here with Sam, look up at the glaring sky and thank whoever it was who allowed her to live, get her voice back, find a school and wait for Sam to teach her how to read this wrong side of the page language. Never call him by the name of his father and grandfather, Osama. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm wired for sound. Good morning. Thank you, Ros Thomas, for your reading of Rashida Murphy's When the Sky Breaks, published by Night Parrot Press. Hello, Kaya, Salamat Datang. Welcome everyone to this opening session of Saturday's edition of 2022 Ubud Readers and Writers Festival here in Perth. My name is David Allen Patali and I'll be your moderator today. I'm a local writer. And I'm here with Emily Brookman and Clarissa Gonwan. Thank you very much for coming. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that our event is taking place on the land of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. UWRF is a bilateral collaboration between Ubud Writers and Readers Festival in Bali and Writing WA here in Perth. So it's being live streamed. So please make sure to turn your phones off or at least silence them. And I'll save some time for questions at the end, at least 10 minutes. And make sure you visit the Crow Books pop-up at the end to get your hands on the wonderful stories that we're about to discover. Because a journey is about discovery, whether we like it or not, and whether we find something illuminating or something that casts a shadow. Emily Brugman is an Australian writer who grew up on the New South Wales coast on the lands of the Yuin people. Her debut novel, The Islands, is the story of the Sari family, Finnish migrants who journey far out to sea off the midwest coast of WA to the Abrolhos Islands, where a life of toil and the promise of freedom awaits, but also the chance to make a home. Clarissa Gunawan is an Indonesian-born Singaporean writer whose third novel, Water Song, takes us to Japan, where we meet a nice young man named Shuji Are, who gets a unique job as a professional listener, someone you can tell anything to, secrets. But when the connection he has with his first client magnetises his conscience, he's sucked into a dazzlingly dangerous world. Now, these books are very different in subject and setting, but they have journeys at their core. New lands and challenges in the island, new experiences and dangers in Water Song. Both are grounded, though, in relationships. Emily, I'd like to start by asking, what drew you to tell the story of Oni Sari's journey and the Sari family's journey? What drew you to that?
Well, the story is originally inspired by my Finnish grandparents' migration journey from Finland to Western Australia in the late 50s. My grandfather was not a cray fisherman when he came. He worked in the mines of Mount Isa before hearing that there was fishing going on in Western Australia, and came to Geraldton following a similar path that other Finns had taken before him. And he set up camp and started fishing on the Abrolhos Islands. And so this particular time in my family's life, long before I was born, had always interested me. I wanted to know what it was that drew these two quiet Finns, my grandparents, from a small village in Finland to these remote islands in Western Australia. Life was so incredibly different to the one that they left behind. And so, it was a desire to understand that. I mean, that's a very kind of personal question, a desire to understand them and therefore me and my family. But as I wrote, I think what I was looking for expanded into, wanting to understand the migrant journey, not only individually, but on a kind of a social level. What was it like for migrants like my grandparents to come to Australia? How were they impacted? How did they change Australia? So it kind of expanded to be something a little bit bigger than my own personal, search.
I quite liked the notion as well that, quiet people can be courageous as well. It's not just the bombastic ones, it's not just the braggarts, it's the quiet, steady people who can often do incredible things. How did you match that to the Abrolhos, which is in itself, it's a quiet place, it's a deserted place, but it's also loud in its challenges?
Well, I'm not sure. Alva, Alva and Oni, but Alva is kind of like the representation of this kind of quiet character in the novel who, when you first meet her, you might think she's shy and timid. But, if you look at her actions, and Oni's actions as well, those are not the actions of a timid person. And, I guess that's an interesting juxtaposition I'm not sure how it, how that kind of is weaved into the islands themselves. I mean, what do you think about that, David?
Well, I love the early stuff where they were referring to how people built the shelters and how, I suppose when the men were there on their own, that they were happy just to have, a couple of bits of tin and that kind of thing. But when women came out, they were like, hang on a sec, we've actually got to make this proper. So that working together, that relationship against the elements, but also with the elements.
Yeah. Yes, that was a very rough time in the lives of the sort of the original kind of few Finns that had come to the islands. And that's a true story, that they had built a stone wall, a windbreak, and when the wind was blowing from one direction, they slept on one side of the wall, and when it was blowing from another, they slept on the other side of the wall. And I mean, they were adventurous people, even though they were quiet. Yeah.
And Emily, speaking of adventure, I mean, Shuji does not have to go very far to find himself in trouble, I suppose. His girlfriend gets him a job, and his first client presents him with a sort of doorway to a very dangerous path. What motivated you to place him in that situation? That he's suddenly here, but then all of a sudden all this other territory opens up for him from simply having a conscience, from being concerned for her well-being.
That's a very good question. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay, I'm not supposed to touch it, but I guess I have to touch it because you can't hear me just now. I think your question was, how did he come out in that kind of dangerous situations? But I think that's something that happened quite often to all of us. I mean, we might think that we are not doing anything dangerous, but sometimes we're just being placed in the dangerous situations. So I guess that's what happened to Shoji, because he's not the type that usually break the rules. And he just happened to be in that position where he thinks that, okay, this is the right things to do. But the right things to do end up bringing a lot of problems. But I guess at the end, going back to the theme of journey, I think the main things is that the journey here is how do you find yourself, how Shoji, my main character, find himself. So if he never been in that kind of dangerous situations, I feel he wouldn't really know himself.
And I quite like the notion that it begins as a small situation, I suppose, that becomes a much larger one. We underestimate how much our lives can become a journey, can become an adventure. Was that an interesting notion to explore, that you could just push things out as far as you could go?
I've heard of this term called the butterfly effects. This is sometimes one butterfly can create a huge tornado somewhere. And I think often in life that things that really matter actually start with something really small, and we thought it wouldn't make such a big difference, but end up it can be changing our life. I mean, if I look at myself, I think there was one time I decided that, okay, I want to try to write something, and then end up that I became a writer. So to me, it's just like, it's just happened to everyone. Usually, whenever you try to make a big changes, nothing will happen. But sometimes you do something really small, and it's just so magical. You see a lot of changes. And I would say that changes begin with something small. That's usually when things really matter and things start to roll in.
Fantastic. And would you mind sharing an extract of your
Sure.
water song with us?
Okay, so this is the books that I talk about. Just to give a bit of introductions, it's about this young man, Shoji, that trying to find a job but cannot find a job, which has happened to a lot of people, and even me at one point of time. So actually his girlfriend introduced him to this very interesting job, which is to listen to problems. So basically people just go there to tell you your problems, but the listener are not supposed to make any comment or judgment. And it's just something that I think that a lot of us need, a listening ears, because sometimes we just want people to hear our problems without just giving opinion or trying to solve it, which is very difficult for most guys, I realize. No judgment, but that's judgment, sorry.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah, sometimes you just want a friend to listen to you, and I'm not trying to ask you to solve it. So I think That's where it comes from, that I think there's a need for this. Okay, so the first chapter is called The Ear Prostitute. At a glance, the tea room didn't look much different from a high-end cafe in Daikanyama. It was housed in an elegant, pristine white Western-style building. But looking closer, everything had been meticulously planned to ensure complete privacy for those inside, from the frosted glass windows to the carefully tended garden that blocked the entrance. Entering, Shoji saw a framed pen and ink illustration of a teapot hung on the wall. A pair of potted English eaves stood near the wooden front doors, which had shiny golden handles. He took a deep breath. The enthusiasm he had felt earlier had evaporated once it got off the bus. Are you nervous? He gasped. He forced a smile and reassured his girlfriend. No. But your palm is sweaty. He quickly let go of his hand and wiped his head on his trousers. Just kidding, she said with a chuckle. Don't worry, Shoji. You are a good listener. I know that better than anyone. You'll be fine. Actually, no, not just fine. You'll be amazing. You're perfect for this. He wasn't convinced, but he had to nail this interview. He needed a job to stay in Akakawa. Even a dodgy one will do. Thank you.
Emily, this is your, Clarissa, this is your third novel now.
Yes,
you often
my
write about
third
Japan.
novel.
Are there places like that in Japan?
Yes,
that we
they
could
all.
journey to?
Yes, they all set in Japan, and actually they are interrelated. So the characters from the first novels, there will be some side characters that become the main characters on the second one, and some side characters from the second one become a main character on the third one. And I just think that sometimes, when I'm writing novels, I feel like, okay, these side characters, I really want to tell a lot of things about him, but I just don't have a space because it's just 80,000 words, and Clarissa have a lot of words to want to say. So actually, instead of just cramming in everything in the same novel, I decided to just write another novels, and this time the side characters become a main characters. There is a saying that there is no side characters, they are just main characters at another novels. And yeah, I truly believe that.
Fantastic, thank you. And Emily, you love the water. You write about surfing, and then also in the islands. In the island, we go very far out to sea. Would you like to share an extract from your book? And
Yeah,
give us a taste, and then we can talk about water.
Yeah, absolutely.
Water.
Water.
So this is an extract it's from the very last chapter of the book, and in the book we follow Onni and Alva throughout their entire lives from when they are in their early 20s all the way through to old age, and this is Onni, the old man, who has returned to the Abrolhos Islands after many, many years with his daughter Hilda, his grown daughter. Onni and Hilda ate while the tour guide spoke about the marine life of the Abrolhos. He described the long migratory path taken by the crays, how the larvae drift up to 1,000 kilometres offshore, where they grow and develop before being swept back towards the continental shelf by winds and currents. Only after a series of molts and long treks across the sea floor do they reach full maturity, developing their hard red outer shells. Many would die before they made it back to the offshore reefs. Not for the first time, Onni was struck by the similarities between the crays and the migrant men who had fished for them. He thought of his brother and wished suddenly to look out towards Disappearing Island, to where Nalle had gone down all those years ago. Leaving the cabin mid-presentation, he hobbled along the deck until he came to the stern. He gazed out to the southwest, to where waves crashed in scribbles of white foam around a low, sandy island, flat as a pancake. Hilda had come after him and stood a little way off. Onni remembered how he had jumped into the water there, had flailed alone in that same spot. It was on that day, as he motored back to Little Rat, half drowned and drank in the view of the island, that he had thought he understood for a short while what the elusive Sampo really was. That mystical gizmo from the Finnish epic, the Kalevala. In the folk tale, it took the form of a mill that ground flour, salt, and money, and anything else its owner wished for. But in reality, it was something else altogether, something much less tangible. And it was fitting, thought Onni now, that in those ancient verses, the Sampo was lost at sea.
Emily, you're a surfer.
I am.
Yes, and there's an essay that you wrote for this collection of surf writing from Fremantle Press, Lines to the Horizon, where you quote Tim Winton, who says, "I love the sea, but the sea does not love me." Do your characters love the sea, or is that a journey that they perhaps are still taking?
I mean, yeah, that Winton quote is really at the base of Onni's journey, his entire life journey. Onni arrives on the islands as a young man when his brother, who has been working out there, has gone missing. And so from this very moment, I suppose, Onni is trying to marry these two versions of the ocean that he has, one which, can take away, so easily, can disappear someone, his brother, and at the same time, one that provides for these fishermen, and he looks at the life that they have, and he feels the lure of that life. And he kind of spends his entire life reflecting on that and trying to learn to understand the sea and to read the sea. And perhaps the crux of Onni's journey is when many years later, as a seasoned fisherman, he finds himself alone in a storm when he is crossing back from the Abrolhos to the mainland. And this is when he has that kind of realisation, I suppose, that Winton talks about, that, we can try to understand the sea and we can love the sea, but she won't necessarily love us back.
Can you recall a moment when you began to love the sea? You grew up on the coast and...
Yeah. I mean, I can remember vividly the first moment that I cut across the green face of a wave. And I was about 10 years old, I think. And just that feeling of momentum, of, riding this kind of ball of energy beneath your feet, that feeling of freedom. Yeah, I think it doesn't leave you after you've kind of felt that.
When did you fall in love with Japan? What was the hook of the culture that got you so fascinated, Clarissa?
I think when I grew up, I read a lot of comics and I'm watching a lot of those anime, which is Japanese animations. I remember I was spending a lot of time on Sailor Moon at one point of time. And I guess as I grew up, I always wanted to be a writer. And there was a point of time that I feel like, okay, I just want to write one book. And then I start to tell myself, like, okay, even though nobody ever read your book, just write the kind of book that you will love. And for me, strangely, I love reading like Japanese fictions and Japanese comics. I love looking at the animations also. So initially, I just wrote a book for myself, and I just wrote the kind of book that I will love. I think if you like to read romance, you will end up writing a romance book. If you like to read thriller, then you will end up writing a thriller book. But for me, I like to read Japanese novels. So I ended up writing the Japanese novels. And yeah, surprised they get published because as most people know, it might be people's debut novel, but it might not be their first novels. I think most people, when they debuted, it might be their 7th novel, it might be their 8th novel, because it's not easy, but well done, I guess. Yeah.
No, I have to ask, I wrote a novel last year, got it published, and now I'm stuck in the weeds with number 2. Does 3 get easier? What was your journey to write Water Song as your 3rd novel? What drew you to this story?
I do get a question, so does it get easier? And I'm sorry to say it doesn't get easier. Actually, Water Song is published as my 3rd novel, but it's the 2nd novel that I wrote. So my first novel took 5 years. This is my 2nd novel, so it actually took 8 years. The 3rd one also took 5 years, but it was published as the 2nd one. I think most people think Clarissa published novel very fast because 2018 she already have a book, and then 2020 she has another one, and 2022 she come up with the 3rd one. But that is like looking at the iceberg. You just look at the tip, because what happened is it took me very long to get an agent and to get publishers. So by the time that my novels get published, I already have 2 ready novels over there. But yeah, I guess it's not easy, but if you want to write novels and you want to be a novelist, I guess it's passion. You just have to give it your all, and just never give up. It's not going to get easier. It's going to be difficult. And I think another thing as a writer is I feel like first book, okay, there's a challenge of writing your first book, but 2nd book you want it to be better than the first one, and the 3rd one you want it to be better than the first and the 2nd. So the benchmark get higher and higher. Yeah, I don't think it gets easier. I think my 3rd novel to me, is the most difficult one. And my 4th one, I can tell you, if there is, it's going to be even more difficult.
Did you travel? Did you do any journeying yourself while you were writing Water Song?
I guess I always travel for holiday, and I always get lost. So I guess in a way that's traveling. I mean, even in Singapore, when I'm staying, I often get lost and just wandering. And yeah, and sometimes you just try to follow the roads and you discover something, which is what I feel also with writing. Just trust your characters, and then your characters will bring you to unexpected places, will bring you to a journey. And I'm not the type of people who plot, so I don't know where the story ends, but each time that I read books, and then, or each time I wrote a book, it's always bring me to this journey that is amazing. And for me, the best time of reading is after you finish the books, and then the journey just continue in your head. So it's kind of like a collaboration between a reader and an author. So the author's story might stop there, but inside the readers, they are still alive, they are still continuing, and it just go everywhere. And I think that's amazing. That's the magic of reading.
How about you, Emily? Do you get deliberately lost, or do you like to have a map? How did you go with writing The Island?
Someone asked me last night whether I sat down one day and said, I'm going to write a novel now. And the answer is no. It evolved over time. And originally what I had was a collection of 5 interlinked stories. And then I puzzled over those for a long time, wondering what this was that I was writing. Was it a novel? Was it a collection of stories? And so over the years, it took me 6 years to write this book. It slowly became, what it would be. And so from that experience, I would say I'm not really a plotter either, although with this book, so each chapter is a complete story arc, and I found it helpful. I worked not always chronologically, but I did generally finish a story arc or a chapter before moving on to the next. And so each one was almost like a project within itself. And in terms of like whether it gets easier, in the microcosm of this book, I had that similar experience that Clarissa had, where I would finish a chapter and feel good about it and think, oh, yay, I've figured out how to do it. And then I would start the next one and I'd be back at square one, and I'd go through the same internal struggle of being like, I don't know how to write, I don't know how to do this, I can't finish this story, it's crap, and then I'd like somehow get there and think I'd figured it out, and then, same again.
You definitely got there.
It's always that very good feeling, right, when you have this, oh no, I don't know what to do with this story, and then suddenly you found out something, maybe you're walking or you're showering, and somehow the idea just came in, and it just feels so good.
Yeah, almost always you're doing something else.
And not reading. So I think when you are stuck, don't just look at your paper, it's not going to solve your problems. Do housework. Or just go for a walk, wash dishes.
Because it's based on true events, based on family stories. Did you feel a sense of stewardship of those stories, or was it a challenge to actually take them and be creative with them? Was there ever a friction between the two, I suppose, the two versions?
I didn't feel kind of limited by the truth or by what really happened. I kind of felt that I could use that as the fuel to begin, building this fictional world, and then I felt a kind of a freedom about having this seed of a family story or a moment that had perhaps happened to my auntie or my mum or my grandfather, and then building on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, we've got 10 minutes for some questions from the audience. We've also live streamed, so we might get some that way as well. But if anyone has a question, please raise your hand. Yes, thank you. We've got a roving microphone too, so.
Correct me if my assumption's wrong. You are both writing in geographical and to some extent social settings that you have some knowledge of and have been to, but not the places in which you were raised, growing up, the place you know best. So I'm just curious how you tackle that problem, and I'm really interested to know what sort of response you've got from the people who actually live in the places that you write about. I mean, for example, I'm interested to know whether your book's been translated into Japanese. I'm curious to know whether people in Finland are reading the islands as well as people in the Abrolhos.
Sure. Actually, it hasn't been translated in Japanese, but I think at one point of time it was a second bestseller in Japan's Amazons for English books. I think generally people are curious, like, okay, you're not Japanese, but you're writing a book about Japan. So, I mean, initially just writing for myself and it just happened to get published. If you ask how's the response of people, I think people are generally nice and they're generally curious. But when it comes to writing about other culture, I think it's very important to be respectful and to do a lot of research and always questioning yourself. And I think I always have a good intentions. That's quite important. But I think for me, in terms of geographical, it is slightly easier because it's set in this city, suburb city called Akakawa, which doesn't exist in real life. It's actually kind of like an imaginary place. It's not really imaginary because I grew up in Indonesia. So there's this city that's quite near to my hometown, which is called Malang. So it was based in this city, but I put it in Japan. So I think some people say they Google it in Japan and they cannot find it. Yeah, of course you cannot find it. But when you're writing about a city that imaginary, you have to believe that it's real. So that, I mean, they're not real, they're your imagination, but you just have to believe in how the people there behaves, how the place looks like, where's the location of everything. Just have to be very, very sure what it is. When you really, really do a lot of research, put a lot of things into it, the city will just come alive. People will think it's real. They will start Googling it, and they're trying to go there, but yeah, it doesn't exist. I think one of the things that I did when writing my first novel was like Googling what's the moon phase over that area, and which day is raining and which day is not raining. I know that nobody's going to check, like in 1994, was there any full moon? But as a writer, I always think that it looked like an iceberg. The reader maybe only see what's the top, but we as a writer, we need to know everything below. And maybe whatever that comes to the book is just 10% of the works that we've done, but 90% still have to be done. And actually, you should put 110 or 120 because people spend their life to read your book. You want to give them the best that you can possibly give. Yeah, that's what I believe.
In answer to your question, I wondered about whether or not this was my story to tell, throughout the writing process. And I have wondered a lot about what other, fishing families on the Abrolhos Islands might think, and whether, what I have written matches up to, many other people's experiences. In another way, I do feel a legitimate connection to, the period on the islands that I am writing about, which is the late 50s to the early 70s, which is when my family had lived there, and my mum was born in Geraldton, as were her sisters. And I'm sorry if anyone was here yesterday, but I'm just going to, because I kind of mentioned this, but so when I went to research the islands, I went to stay out there for 5 days, and I met some fishing families, some descendants of Finns who were still fishing out there. And one woman was really annoyed about how Peter Fitzsimons had come to the Abrolhos and written about the Batavia, which was something that happened so long ago, but coming there as an outsider and assuming, to come and write a story about this place. And I remember, I was in uni, and I was at the very beginnings of the project, and I remember thinking like, oh, no. And she said, but you're writing about the Finns, you're writing about your background, and she kind of said that was okay, and so that made me feel a little better. But of course, I continued to wonder, and I did a lot of research as well as talking to people, and I had crayfishers read the book to kind of check for, inconsistencies and things that aren't quite right, not being a crayfisher myself. And recently I went to the Geraldton Writers' Festival just a few weeks ago. And in the lead up to the festival, I every now and then was like having, visions of like someone putting their hand up in the audience and being like, this isn't how it was. But that didn't happen, and everyone was lovely and generous, and, in general just seem to really appreciate kind of reading a representation of a life that, rings kind of true for them, something that they've experienced.
We've got time for one quick question if anyone wants to sneak one in. Ros, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm wondering if I could ask you both, how and when did you decide that your story was going to end?
That's a very good question.
Okay.
You can go first.
No, I've just spoken. You go.
Yeah, that is a really good question because it's really, really difficult. For me, I know it's starting to end when I started to move the comma, and it doesn't really make sense, and like put a comma here, put a full stop here, and starting to change the words, and it doesn't really change anything. But you need to have I feel like you need to have some very good people that you can trust, that can tell you, Clarissa, this is good enough, you can send it out. Because it's very hard for us to decide, okay, this is done, especially if you already work for it for like 5 years, 6 years. I mean, what is another 1 year, right? You can continue to tinker with it forever, but when you start tinkering, it's probably the time that you start to stop. After a while, it's very hard to see because you have been working for it for so long. Get someone you trust. When that person say, okay, this is good enough, you can send it to your agents. And trust me, if your agent say it's good, that means it's good. They don't want to embarrass themselves. And when they send it to the editor, and the editor say, okay, this can be published, it is really good because that's their job. Okay, but there is always that fear. when I sent it to my agents, I was worried that, okay, is she going to like it or not? And when it comes to my editor, what does she think about it? And even when the book is out, it's like, what's the reviewer going to think about it? What's the reader going to think about it? How about people who read my previous work? Will they be disappointed or will they be okay? And one of my piece of advice is don't read your Goodread reviews. And if you need to read the 4 or 5 star. It can be very demoralizing.
I agree with everything that Clarissa has just said. I guess in terms of plot, were you wondering like how did we come to the idea of the ending? Is that partly what you were wondering? Yeah. So actually the final chapter in my book was one of the original 5 stories that I had written. And so in some ways, the ending had always been there from the very beginning. But what I needed to find out was what sort of how Onni changed and what caused that for him to get there. So that's how it happened for me. Thank you.
Well, Clarissa and Emily, thank you very much. That's all we have time for. Our authors will be in the Crow Books pop-up signing copies of Water Song and The Islands. Please join me in thanking them for their time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming
David.
so early.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming along on a beautiful day, and you're here for a real treat. First of all, I'd like to read you a flash piece that's been published in this fantastic book. It's called Once. It's published by Night Parrot Press, a local publisher, edited by Linda Martin and Laura Keenan, and I'm going to read to you a small story called Even the Sea Knows by Bronwyn Jones. The road wound on, bend after bend. She took her hands from the wheel, one by one, clenching and unclenching her fingers to ward off the growing chill as the sun began to dip. Her mind wandered, worrying about the painful task ahead. She began the countdown of minutes until her arrival at the coastal shack. A familiar landmark flashed past, a quirky letterbox fashioned from an old Metters oven. She remembered her excitement as a child, seeing this totem and knowing that her holidays would soon begin. A time for exploring rock pools and piles of kelp, poking through the malodorous mountains for strange and exotic treasures from the deep sea, shouting out in joy as each precious and ghastly creature was uncovered. Lining up the finds on the old, scarred kitchen table before dinner for everyone to admire before being asked gently to return them to the sea. She cracked the window and breathed in deeply, catching a vague scent of salt and damp. Nearly there. The well-concealed track appeared, and she had to brake suddenly to make the turn in time. Strange to think that she could almost miss it after all these years. How many times would she have taken this bumpy track through the grove of peppermint trees? The track opened into a clearing with the sea as a backdrop, glorious and grey, dark green caps forming as the waves churned and pounded, punishing the shoreline as if in retaliation for some terrible betrayal. Fitting, she thought. A truck was parked in front of the fibro shack, a long-limbed man leaning idly against its side, facing the sea. He casually turned at the sound of her vehicle, nodding his acknowledgement of her arrival. She switched off the engine and gazed at the ocean before getting out of the car. Biting her lip to stem the tears, she fixed a smile and stretched out her hand. The man shook it warmly and ducked slightly to look into her face. He drew a breath to speak, but she shook her head and handed him the set of keys. The sea was a grey blur, the man an uncertain outline in the rearview mirror.
I think I'll pack it in again. Drive down south where the roads all end. Fix something up, wait for you. What you see is what you get. And what you get, well, that's where you've been. I no longer hold a ticket on you. Underneath the sky blue. Underneath the sky so blue. Like the magpie from the bird show, shatters my apples, cracks my window, sees the difference in the day. Waits for no one, prays for nothing, longs for silence and there's no one.
Chris, G'day, Tim. All right, hi everyone. Firstly, the flash of brilliance was Ros Thomas reading Even the Sea Knows by Bronwyn Jones, published by Night Parrot Press. Thanks, Ros, that was great. My name's Chris Binns, and it is my great pleasure to introduce author and surf writer Tim Baker. Tim is the man behind best-selling books like Busting Down the Door, Occy, Surf for Your Life, High Surf, and more recently Patting the Shark, which is a brave read detailing Tim's ongoing progression, living with rather than battling prostate cancer. Unlike most of us surf writers, Tim's a genuine real-life journalist who wrote for newspapers in Melbourne before his passion for surfing drew him north to Sydney, where he was the editor of Tracks magazine, which is commonly known as the Australian Surfing Bible, and then on to the Gold Coast, where he was the editor of Australia's Surfing Life. This has led to a long and distinguished career writing and travelling the world detailing that experience. This is where it gets weird. Tim's stepmother, Breffney, is not only good friends with my mum, Diane, and they're both here tonight, she's also my godmother. And as an impressionable 12-year-old, I was gifted a subscription to Australia's Surfing Life, and my promising scholastic career was spectacularly derailed. Over a 5-year span of racy magazines, peddling the surfing dream of travel and debauchery, and 15 years later, somehow I followed in Tim's footsteps, or bum prints, and sat in the editor's chair myself at Surfing Life magazine. This has led to a happy life of commentating surfing events and producing video content about surfing. 15 years again, here we are to talk about the fantastic relationship and unique relationship that Australia and Indonesia have developed over the years through surfing. Thanks to the incredible Australian filmmaker Dick Hull for the footage that we saw there, which is from the Australian Surf Film Archive. Tim, you know a lot about that.
Yeah.
And it's a great place to start, as this is the 50-year anniversary of the iconic surf movie, The Thing That Began It All, and is where we're going to start our journey, Morning of the Earth.
Yeah, that's right. I thought that footage was really appropriate. The Surf Film Archive is a fantastic initiative to digitise a lot of this classic old surf footage that might otherwise be lost, that exists as 16mm or 35mm film. And a guy named Julian Hoff has basically crowdfunded to embark on this incredibly ambitious project to digitise all these classic surf movies so that they're preserved. And it just gives us this beautiful window, back in time to the beginnings of that relationship. And, I think it's worth spelling out at the outset that we really, in the spirit of this festival, we want to kind of celebrate that relationship between Australian surfers and our very gracious and warm Indonesian hosts over that 50-year period. And it kicked off with Morning of the Earth, as Chris said, which was a classic surf film released in 1972 that really blew the minds of Australian surfers and revealed the incredible waves of Bali. And 50 years later, as a sort of neat bookend to this discussion, we have the first Indonesian surfer who has qualified for the World Championship Tour. So it's taken 50 years of surfing being introduced to Bali to produce, Bali's first homegrown, Indonesia's first homegrown world champion surfer, whose name is Rio
Wider.
Yeah.
Thank
you, Chris. Chris is a bit more in touch with contemporary professional surfing.
Yeah, and they're great polar opposites as well. The 70s, when Albie Falzon and the crew turned up at Uluwatu, you saw the footage there. You can barely recognise Uluwatu and Padang. Probably the one thing you can still recognise is the Indonesian smile, which gave me goosebumps seeing that on the screen. Tell us about your first experience travelling to Indonesia.
Well, I think I'd recently begun work at Tracks magazine, which is appropriate because it was one of the founders of Tracks magazine, Albie Falzon, who made Morning of the Earth. And 1972, 15 years later, I guess, I'd left newspaper duties to go and run away to work for a surfing magazine and had my first trip to Bali. And I think even then, 1987, I kind of had this feeling that I'd sort of missed the golden era because, you look back at that footage and Morning of the Earth and it looks so kind of pure and unadulterated. But now I look back at 1987 and kind of go, well, it was kind of still a golden era. I mean, we would fly into Denpasar, we'd have a few days in Bali, kind of living it up, and, you could have a pretty good time in Kuta in those days, and you still can. But then we were, being surfers, we'd trek off to the far reaches of the Indonesian archipelago. And I remember feeling really grateful that I was a surfer, because I can remember this experience of having been to Sumbawa, to this very crude surf camp that had just been opened by a guy named Paul King, who's a classic example. He's a real archetype of this Australian kind of surfing cowboy entrepreneur, you know, who just, you know, by hook or by crook managed to run these surf trips and build surf
still in
camps.
jail?
He did end up in jail. I actually visited him in Kempsey prison to say g'day. Yeah, he ran foul of a string of bad business decisions and some fairly spurious ways of repaying some debts to people you don't want to have debts to. And we won't go into too many specifics. But I can remember having a drink at a bar in Kuta with some old mates of mine from Forest Hill Footy Club, and they were your classic footy players in Bali, you know, on an end-of-season trip, and they were beetroot red, they were in their bintang singlets, you know, their girls had their hair braided, and they were having a great old time, and I'm not disparaging that at all, but I felt really lucky that I could have all the debauchery, you know, I might desire in Kuta, but I could, because I was a surfer, I was driven to, you know, search out the far reaches of the archipelago, and had incredible surf in Sumbawa, where surfing was still a novelty. And I also have a really vivid memory of walking up the beach one day from the surf camp and seeing these little local kids just on bits of driftwood, just trying to surf this shore break. And they were purely trying to imitate what they'd seen, you know, these visiting Western surfers do. And that was the beginning of surf culture, you know, actually witnessing the birth of surf culture in a fairly remote island like that. And you can probably paint a better picture than I of what that was. A place called Lakey Peak. That's 1987, so what are we talking, you know? My maths used to be quite good. 35 years later?
Yeah, about that.
Thereabouts. Lakey Peak is this very busy kind of surf town.
Yeah, it's outrageous, and in the off-season it's a kite surfing haven as well, so it's got year-round tourism. It's had its boom times, it's had its decline. There's a local board riders. There's another guy called Bronson Mady, who's probably up there with Rio as Indonesia's big surfing stars. And it's still regarded as the one wave where everyone says, why can't we have Lakey Peak on the world tour? Because it's just, you know, the wave that you draw on your school books.
Yeah, it is I guess for people who don't surf, it's a perfect peak with a left and a right, so two surfers can take off at once, which makes it ideal for, well, not just competition, but, you know, free surfing. And look, I mean, there is good and ill that comes with this sort of, if you want to coin a phrase, sort of surf colonisation of these places. You know, it does introduce some pretty undesirable elements of Western culture. But I think, as I said, you know, what I'm really interested in celebrating is, I guess, the positives and the warm relationships that have been formed between Australian surfers and Indonesian people, and also the resilience of Balinese culture, particularly because, you know, that's obviously the mass tourism sort of destination for a lot of Australians, surfers and non-surfers. But as you'd know, Chris has spent a lot of time living in Bali, and you know, you can still just get stuck in traffic because there's a ceremony, and all the rich costume and music and the shadow puppets and the cockfights.
Yeah,
you know,
I was saying to you earlier, you know, one of the joys is when you get lost on your scooter and you turn down a back alley, and you know, 1 minute you're on a busy highway and all of a sudden there's cockfighting going on down a little gang, or you know, there's an old Ibu walking past with a basket on her head, or you get stuck behind a ceremony for hours at a time, and you can hardly get upset about that.
No.
Being visitors in somebody else's country.
Yeah, and I think we sort of, obviously we weren't in Bali during COVID, or at least I wasn't. I don't imagine you were, but it is a pretty interesting case study in when that tourism goes away, and I'm sure there was a great deal of hardship. A lot of people lost, you know, livelihoods, but, you know, people went back to their villages and they went back to that traditional way of life. And I think if tourism did vanish again, that traditional culture is very resilient, and there's probably, along with the hardship, some benefits that came with people just returning to community and returning to, a more traditional lifestyle. And I'll be interested, I'm going to the Ubud festival after this, and I'm really curious to see Bali post-COVID and whether it's, I guess, created a bit of a reset where maybe they want to recalibrate that balance and, just bring, the tradition maybe perhaps to the fore.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at our notes here where you talk about Bali being often depicted as sort of like an Aussie bogan paradise, but it's so much more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, even at the height of that sort of mass tourism, you could still, I think of it as sort of like stepping behind the Hollywood facade and experience that real Bali. I can remember being in Bali in 1997, and I was there for work. I was going to a place called Grujigan in southeast Java, which Australian surfers, being very kind of linguistically lazy, rather than pronouncing Grujigan, would call it G-land. And I was also reflecting, there was a missed opportunity in the title of this session. I thought we probably could have called it "Tear Up My Car Seats," which is how Australian surfers pronounce Teramakasi, rather than getting their Balinese pronunciation quite right. It was "Tear Up My Car Seats" and "Celibate Puppy." So anyway, I was going to Grujigan, and I decided I was going to stay out at Uluwatu, and I'd always heard these stories of people sleeping at the wurrungs. This is before all the development on the Bukit Peninsula, and you could go to these thatched roof, open-sided wurrungs as you surf during the day and get a banana pancake or a jaffle or a nasi goreng and a massage between surfs on these kind of woven mats. And it's a beautiful place just to hang out and surf. But then if you ate most of your meals at a particular wurrung, the proprietors were very happy for you to just sleep there. They didn't live there. They would sort of go back to their village at night, and they would leave you kind of with their establishment just to kind of camp out for the night. And so I decided I was going to do this to try and hark back to those earlier, purer times. And I was patronising a little wurrung called Salin's Cafe, which was just right above the cave at Uluwatu. For those not familiar with Uluwatu, it's this sort of ravine, and you walk down to the mouth of this cave and you clamber down. Then it was a very precarious bamboo ladder into the cave, and then had to paddle out through the cave into the ocean. And at high tide, if there was a big swell, the water would pick you up like disconcertingly close to the roof of this cave. And so you had to time your exit quite carefully. So I'd surfed all day, and Celine and his wife had served me very graciously, and I'd had my breakfast, lunch and dinner there, and I'd been chatting to Celine between surfs and said, look, would it be okay to stay here tonight? And he said, yeah, absolutely, you're very welcome as, one of our guests. And at the end of the day, he started packing up. He was putting down the shutters, and he was putting, chairs on tables, and I was sort of laying out my board bag to make myself a little bed on one of these mats. And, far from the sort of bold surf explorer I like to think of myself as, I started feeling a little bit scared. Like, Uluwatu's got this really, I guess there's a bit of an eerie history there. There's a temple just up the coast from Uluwatu where they say, back in the day, I think it was the Dutch who drove locals off the cliffs to their death. There's a very dark history there. And they talk, the spirit world is very palpable in places like that. And as darkness started to descend, I started feeling quite uncomfortable. And Salin, I think, and Balinese people, I think they're very intuitive generally, very sort of heart connected. And he just sensed this. And he looked at me and he said, are you scared? And I went, oh, no, I'm not scared. This is great. And he said, oh, no, you'll come stay at my house. And I said, no, I'll be fine. He said, no, I insist. And so he insisted I get on the back of his motorbike, and we wove through these little, those little laneways behind Uluwatu, and they're lined with sort of walls just made of vertical sticks. And we ended up at his little compound, which was two very simple houses, one for his parents and one for his wife and two kids. and he insisted that his 2 children slept in their room, and he gave me his children's bedroom. They killed a chicken in my honour for dinner, refused all payment, and I spent a week there just kind of living their lifestyle. And in the mornings I'd go to work with him on the back of his motorbike, and I'd help him, take the chairs off the tables and put up the shutters. And it was such an amazing experience that in 1997, when Bali was considered, overrun by mass tourism, that traditional life was just so intact. And yeah, it was a real eye-opener, and I felt very grateful that I was, given entree to that world.
And you were saying you gave them a gift when you left?
Yeah, that's right. They refused all payment, and I wanted to just kind of show some gratitude. And it's interesting because, the big surf companies have, made a lot of money in selling their wares in Indonesia, mainly to tourists. The locals don't tend to buy, surf label clothing. And there's a lot of, really inexpensive clothing that even, tourists buy. But I had some friends who worked for Quicksilver in Kuta, and so I went and got a couple of sort of kiddie-sized board shorts and T-shirts, and I presented that to them before I left. And Celine's wife, whose name I can't recall, 25 years on, was actually weeping, and I was a bit surprised how emotional she was, and I don't know if it was something to do with these Western brands, represented a kind of affluence, and that their children were wearing this clothing that they would never otherwise afford. It sort of made me a bit less cynical about the big surf brands, because it seemed to mean something to these people. And so, yeah, it was such a rich experience, and just left, such a deep impression.
My story on that's nowhere near as heartwarming, but it probably speaks more to the cheeky kind of relationship that we share. I use a driver who goes by the name of Dingo, and he's a bit of a driver to the stars, and he is always head to toe in the latest surf gear from he's been ferrying around the island for the last few days. And he came to pick me up at the airport once, or at my villa, and he was wearing one of my T-shirts, and I'd given him plenty of clothes over the years, but this was one that I definitely hadn't meant to give him. It was a Yelling Up Board Riders T-shirt that was very close to my heart. I was like, Dingo, that's mine. And he said, no, you gave it to me. And I think I must have given him a big pile, and it was accidentally in the mix. And I said, is there any way I could get it back? And he said, 3 T-shirts. So I had to go inside and get him 3 more of my T-shirts to buy one of mine back, which is
good negotiation. Yeah,
I love it.
It's I think one of my other favourite stories of that cross-cultural exchange came when, as surfers started to fan out through the islands, and there was just so much surf through Indonesia. I think, that we discovered the waves of, I want to say we, I mean the collective we of surfers, discovered the waves of Bali, and then Grajigan, and then these incredible waves in the Mentawai Islands off the west coast of Sumatra, and they were discovered by an old Australian salty sea dog named Lance Knight. And I always thought Lance's story sounded a bit like a country music song. He'd lost his job, he'd lost his girlfriend, he was down and out, and he thought, I'm going to go and try and discover a new wave in Indonesia. And he looked at a map of Indonesia and figured there must be waves on these islands off Sumatra. Flew to Padang on Sumatran mainland. Long story short, hitched a ride on a light plane with an Iranian doctor who was carrying out medical clinics on these islands for the locals. Landed on this grassy airstrip on one of these islands with a surfboard, a bottle of water and a bag of rice, and thought, okay, what do I do now? Saw a local fisherman in a dugout canoe and used sign language to communicate with him. Got in the canoe, started travelling up the coast. They didn't speak each other's language. This storm hit, and so the fisherman went through this keyhole in a reef to shelter from the storm, and Lance suddenly found himself staring into the eye of a perfect wave, which became known as Lance's Rights. And he was the first surfer there. when he came to the beach, the sort of head local guy, Pak Hussain, came and welcomed him into his home, and Lance stayed with him for 2 or 3 weeks and surfed this wave alone. And yeah, the wave became known as Lance's Rights. And 10 years later, I was working for a surf magazine. This whole surf charter business had exploded in the Mentawais, as you well know. I think at the height of it, there were 55 charter boats, and at that stage, maybe a dozen land camps through these islands over about a 100-kilometre stretch. And I thought, you know, the Mentawai boat trip had become a real staple of the surf media, and so I was being dispatched with a bunch of pro surfers and a photographer to go do another story about another pro surfer surf trip to the Mentawais, and I thought, you know, how can I breathe a bit of new life into this idea? And so I tracked down Lance Knight, and he was now driving a cargo ship between Yamba and Lord Howe Island, delivering cargo to the islands. And again, long story short, I managed to convince him to come to the Mentawais with me. And so we got to Catiet, this little village in front of his wave, Lance's Rights, and we got on the beach and we walked into the village, and Lance hadn't been there for 10 years, and he was trying to work out where Pak's house was, and the original house that he'd stayed in was there, now half buried in sand, you know, almost like a scene from Planet of the Apes, you know, just protruding, the roof of it just protruding from the sand. And he walked back into the village, and there was this quite for this village, quite a grand 2-story cement house. And from talking to some local surfers, not local surfers, some visiting surfers, he discovered this was Pak Hussain's guest house, that his original host 10 years earlier now had this thriving business, you know, as a homestay. And he knocked on the door, and I just stood to one side, and Pak's wife, Ubud, opened the door, and her eyes just went wide as saucers and just went, "Lance!" And she called out to her husband, "Lance, Lance!" And Pak Hussain came out, and they hugged, and there were tears, and his original act of hospitality had then given him this thriving business. And to me, that was that cultural exchange at its best. And Pak passed away recently, like a few years ago now, and I just thought he was such a gracious man, and he and Lance, I returned another time with Lance, and as we approached Catiet, Pak was just standing on the beach waiting for him, and Lance had brought his 2 teenage sons with him, and again, there was another emotional reunion, and yeah, it just really spoke to me of that depth of those relationships that have been formed.
Yeah, there's so many like that as well. Obviously, that's one of the great ones. But you look at guys like Jason Childs, who's one of the best surf photographers in the world. He was a mainstream newspaper photographer in Australia.
At the Age,
shooting a lot of sport. Ended up in Indonesia and went out of his way just to document surfing, but not just foreigners who were coming to surf in Indonesia, but he really pushed the local surfing as much as he could as well.
Yeah, he really wanted to nurture the career of the locals, which I think is really important, because a lot of times foreign surfers go to these places and it can all be a bit performative. We kind of use it as a sort of studio. You know, the big surf companies make films and pro surfers get photographed, and it generates, you know, careers and income and opportunity. And the locals can really be left out of that at times. And Jason was one of these people who really took seriously his kind of responsibility to make sure that there were benefits for the local surfers. And so he worked a lot with the local surfers. And then when, you know, tragically we saw the Bali bombings originally in the Sari Club, and then I think it was about a year later at the Jimbaran fish markets. At Jimbaran, Jason and his wife Michelle lived just above the bay, and they were basically first responders to that tragedy, and, you know, were down there tending the wounded and bandaging them up and ferrying them to hospital. And in a similar way, you know, the Sari Club, which was a larger and probably, you know, better remembered tragedy, an English surfer named Hannah Beth Luke, who's since made her home in Australia, and recently ran, interestingly, as a Teal candidate in the seat of Page, which is includes Lismore, where we've seen these great floods, and she's a environmental scientist who campaigned on climate change, but I digress. Hannah-Beth was known as the Angel of Bali because she was photographed, and you're probably familiar with this image of a young girl in a short skirt and a singlet top helping a bloodied man out of the wreckage of the Sari Club. And Hannah-Beth had been caught in that awful explosion. Her partner was killed in it. And she, just in the midst of chaos, just started helping people just as a reflex. And, there's a lot of stories like that. And then she wanted to use her kind of platform to campaign against the war on terror. And she was invited onto this live TV debate and confronted Tony Blair. And just, if you can find this footage, she just absolutely chews him out about, do not do this in my name. There is no, justification for just invading another country as an act of vengeance. People like that I just find so kind of deeply impressive. And in the midst of that kind of Islamophobia, we could travel to, one of the world's most populous Muslim countries. And I don't know about you, but I have never, as a fairly, relatively wealthy Westerner, I have never felt any kind of threat. You can walk the streets of Padang in Sumatra, you can wake up to the call to prayer, and I just never ever encountered just even anyone showing any sort of understandable resentment that you appear to have plenty of cash to splash, and they're living reasonably sort of simple lives kind of economically, and they just have been so welcoming, and it's felt so safe.
Yeah, I mean, Bali's a Hindu enclave in a massive Muslim nation, and we forget that. It's easy to talk about Bali when it comes to surfing, but Indonesia is, I think the line goes, 18,000 islands, 17,000 at high tide or something?
Yeah.
And it runs all the way from, Roti to Aceh, and Aceh you're in the northern hemisphere, so that's why there's so many waves, because it's just this massive expanse of islands. It's a drop plate, geography with little coves and bays and reefs and currents and all this sort of stuff that lead to these amazing waves. And it's huge. And you end up in Aceh, you say you haven't seen the effects of Islam. Well, all I've noticed is surfing at surf camps in Aceh is you drink your bintang out of like a kid's plastic cup, so it doesn't look like you're drinking alcohol. But surf camps that are run by locals will all go out of their way to make sure that you can still have your beer. You're just sort of doing
that's a great example how they will preserve their traditions but accommodate their guests. And when you mention Aceh, it reminds me, I think, probably of the other most compelling story of this kind of cultural exchange was when the Boxing Day tsunami struck in 2004, if I'm correct, Boxing Day 2004. And there was, devastation throughout, especially that sort of northern reaches of Indonesia, Aceh, and sort of further south into Sumatra. And there was this fleet of surf charter boats in Padang, and there were these big surf companies who had enjoyed using these waves for their films and photo shoots, and they just mobilised. There was a guy named Dr. Dave Jenkins who'd started a few years earlier, 3 years earlier, he'd started an organisation called Surf Aid International, and his first goal was to try and reduce the impact of malaria in these islands, which is a massive problem. And he and a few friends started raising money and distributing mosquito nets, and they formed alliances with local organisations, and they, in their first couple of pilot villages, just by distributing mosquito nets, they reduced malaria by like 95%, and so they started upscaling. They'd sort of had proof of concept. And then they found themselves on the ground on the front line of the greatest natural disaster of our lifetime, probably. And they managed to coordinate funding from the big surf companies, surf charter skippers just going into Padang, buying all the supplies they could find, loading up their surf charter boats and just fanning out through the islands because they knew the islands so well. And Dr. Dave tells stories of like people from AusAid and NZAid and the World Health Organization, you know, all these people talking on radios going, who are these surfers who've got into Aceh, or how have they got here? And because they knew the island so intimately, they were the first responders, and they delivered aid to places that otherwise would have taken weeks for the official aid agencies to get to. So it was something I think surfing could really, you know, feel proud about.
Yeah, and Surf Aid repeated it through COVID in 2020. Obviously, the pandemic struck, and in 2021, Dr. Dave again, who's a Kiwi, but like all good Kiwis, we'll claim him, and the Surf Aid crew thought we need to do something here. They came up with a concept called Make a Wave, which is a challenge whereby you surf every day in September, so you surf 30 days straight. All my non-surfing mates are like, oh, well, that's not really a challenge, but it actually is.
For us old blokes, it is.
Yeah, and people get sponsored. In the first year that they did it, they raised $750,000. Again, they used the surf charter boats that were sitting empty in Padang. Normally would be full of surf tourists. Instead, all these skippers were going out of business. Surf Aid loaded up these boats, and before September was even over, there were doctors, nurses, medicines going out to the furthest fringes of the archipelago to get medicine into the communities that are being left at the end of the medical supply chain. And again, that's this relationship of the surfers just feeling like we owe Indonesia for all the good times they've given us.
Absolutely. Do you want to see if there's any questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you ever did get back to sleep in the Wurrung after you'd had the hospitality elsewhere.
Yeah, no, I never did get back to the Wurrung. I think I'd been spoiled. I mean, that experience felt so rich that, you know, I had this romantic idea of sleeping in the Wurrungs, but it no longer seemed like such a allure, I guess, and to experience that traditional lifestyle, I thought was kind of as good as it gets.
Special.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think your stories are wonderful, and for many years I used to go with my surfing family to Uluwatu and later to Sumbawa, and they've been to the Mentawais. And one of the interesting things that happened was one of my son's fellow surfers dislocated his shoulder right down the bottom of a cliff. It wasn't Uluwatu, but similar. So my medico husband had to put it back before we got up the hill again.
Yeah.
Excruciating. Thank you.
Yeah, I've actually been at one of the surf camps in the Mentawais where they would normally have a doctor in residence. They'd give a kind of free holiday to any surfing doctors who wanted to come and stay, just so that they would have a doctor on the spot if there was an accident. And then one of these surf charter boats, a guy had dislocated his shoulder, and I clearly remember the sound of this guy being held down by, you know, 3 or 4 blokes on the pool table at the surf camp and getting his dislocated shoulder put back in, and these blood-curdling screams. But, you know, they would also, you know, they'd be there to help the locals if there were, you know, medical emergencies. And so, yeah, I think that, again, that's something that a lot of surfers, you know, I think have done the right thing in trying to make it a reciprocal relationship.
Well, you're about to go and do a writer's seminar at Commune at Karamas.
That's correct, yeah.
The lifeguards, all local from the Ganyar province, the locals there are the best urchin removers in the business.
Yeah.
Because that reef is loaded with urchins, and as soon as they see you hobbling up the beach, they start cackling and they run for the splinters and the scalpel. So
yeah,
look forward to that.
And in the most remote parts of the islands, you see these local kids who've taken up surfing, and it's provided economic opportunities and a lifestyle. And you know, there'll be kids, you know, fixing dings of surfboards. I mean, the original sort of job opportunity was the board carriers at Uluwatu. It used to be this long walk into Uluwatu, and if you had a board carrier one year and you went back the next year, he would be waiting for you. He would remember your name, and he would make sure that no one else carried your surfboard.
Well, that followed on as well with the Wurrungs.
Yeah.
You know, once you go to a Wurrung at Uluwatu or Canggu, that's your Wurrung for life.
You had a commitment.
You can't go anywhere else, or you'll have someone looking down at you from a couple of rungs away.
Any other questions from the audience? No? Yeah. Well, I can recommend a surf riding workshop at Commune.
Thanks very much for your entertaining presentation. Hear a lot of increasing stories of a more sort of Shiite law creeping into Bali.
Mm.
Is that a real thing? Is that something, or is that just one-off occasions of couples who aren't married staying in the same room together, being dragged out and attacked, those sort of things? Is that increasing, or are they just sort of one-offs, do you think? Is it pretty safe?
Can you speak to that? I mean, I haven't been to Bali since 2017. I have friends in Bali who have talked about seeing these characters that they didn't recognise, you know, who looked like more sort of fundamentalist Muslim, I guess, you know, wanting to impose those sorts of moral codes, but I haven't heard specific stories. I don't know about you,
No,
Chris.
I haven't heard that, but when you are in Bali, you hear what's being reported in the news back in Australia, and it often is incredibly sensationalised. Like, I remember Mum and Dad sending me a message asking if I'd survived the tsunami, and it turned out that a couple who were having wedding photos had been washed off a rock during king tides. There hadn't been a tsunami, but that's how it kind of got reported back in Australia, because it just seems like the smallest thing happens and the news loves a headline back here.
Yeah. And I mean, those Bali bombings were a sort of, I guess, a retaliation against this sort of Western decadence as they saw it. But, I mean, they're very isolated incidents, despite the awful impacts of a relative handful of people. And the Balinese people themselves were so saddened and upset by those instances, and there was great ceremony and ritual and introspection around, you know, why has this, you know, this awful, you know, suffering come to our island, and what have we done wrong to allow it? And yeah, I mean, I'd like to think perhaps, you know, visitors can be a bit more mindful of the way they conduct themselves when they go to these places. But also the Balinese are just, they're quite, in my experience, protective of their guests. So yeah, I've certainly never encountered or, as I said, experienced any sense of menace or danger when I've been there.
We might have to wrap it up now, but any last words, Tim?
Well, I'm very excited to be going back 5 years on. And, you know, we were talking about, you know, the fact that a lot of people will point to, you know, environmental degradation, which is a very real issue, and, you know, this sort of kind of moral, I guess, you know, decay, for want of a better term, you know, the influence of, you know, prostitution or drugs or those sort of things creeping in. And, you know, unchecked development. For our purposes today, we really wanted to focus on the positives and celebrate that relationship. But, you know, I'm reminded in going back to Bali and seeing those changes, I'm kind of reminded of something one of the old Waikiki Beach Boys said when he was asked about the changes to Waikiki and Honolulu. And he said, if you stand on the beach and you look out to sea, nothing has changed. And, you know, that's why we go there. And I think the great Hawaiian surfer Jerry Lopez expressed a similar sentiment when he went back to Uluwatu not so long ago.
Yeah, I went to see Jerry Lopez, who's arguably sort of the 70s most famous surfer, a Hawaiian guy known as Mr. Pipeline, and he got flown out to Bali. He was involved in Morning of the Earth, and he's a yogi, he's a snowboarder, he's this sort of enlightened
Zen master
in surfing circles. And Patagonia had flown him out to run a yoga class on the lawn at the Uluwatu Surf Villas. And I went along, and I was a bit wary that it might be a bit of a nostalgia fest and that there were going to be a lot of people lamenting what's become of Bali because of all the development and everything. And it was Jerry's first time back to Bali in 45 years. So if anyone could talk about it, Jerry could. And sure enough, first question, some Aussie bloke in his singlet down the back. Mate, you've just come back to Bali for the first time in forever. how shocked are you at this place? Oh, here we go. And Jerry just looked at him and said, I'm so shocked by how magic this place still is. Nothing else has changed. And it was fantastic.
Perfect.
And that set the tone for just a fantastic night. Everyone got on with enjoying themselves. So
Lovely.
anyway, Tim Baker, everyone. I'm Chris Finns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming this morning. If you've been with us all morning, I hope you've enjoyed the sessions, and if you've just arrived, I hope you're going to really enjoy what's coming. I'm going to read a new piece of flash from this fantastic book called Three Can Keep a Secret, Three Can Keep a Secret, which is the third anthology of flash fiction by Night Parrot Press, whose editor Laura Keenan is standing over there. This is a story one of the stories that I have in this book, so I feel particularly excited to be able to read this for the first time. It's called Certified Mail, and I'm Ros Thomas. Spider Seaton had spent his life astride his push bike, postman and mail crisscrossing the streets that fanned out from the Nullagine post office. The mayor declared, "He's been on that bike so long he's turning into one." Spider could only remain upright by moving forward. If he slowed to a stop, he toppled over. The townsfolk grew used to their half-man, half-bike. Spider spoke in a breathless whir. Walking uphill, his voice notched down a gear. His wife complained their lovemaking had become mechanical. On the day Spider retired, everyone wore their right trouser legs tucked into their socks. Thank you.
That was Ros Thomas reading Certified Mail from a collection by Night Parrot Press. My name's James Foley. This is Justin Randall. We've got a session here called 1,000 Words. We're going to grab a seat and we're going to have a chat. So let's introduce the session. Graphic novelist Justin Randall and author-illustrator James Foley, myself, will discuss the differences between showing and telling and consider whether one picture really is worth 1,000 words or more. So to introduce Justin Randall is an incredible illustrator who I've wanted to meet for a very long time, and it's wonderful to finally get to meet him today. He's an award-winning graphic novelist and VR, virtual reality artist from Perth, WA, best known for his supernatural thriller series Changing Ways, interior artwork and novel covers for 30 Days of Night, which was turned into a film, which was fantastic, and cover art for the Silent Hill comics. His clients include Simon & Schuster, IDW, Gestalt Publishing, and Image Comics. He is currently working on his new title, Cavity, interiors for Talgard, and the First Nations Indigiverse comic series, Dark Heart. Please welcome Justin Randall.
Hey. Oh, thank you.
And myself, my name's James Foley. I make picture books, middle grade novels, and comic books for kids. I'm the author and illustrator of the S. Tinker Inc. graphic novel series and the Toffel Towers series by Tim Harris. My latest release is called Stellarphant, and it's a picture book. I live in Perth with my wife, 2 kids, and a Labrador, and I come from a long line of queuing enthusiasts. My name is James. Please welcome me. Okay, so let's get started. Now, Justin,
yes.
You brought a couple of images to show. Did you want to start with those to start the conversation? So this is some of your incredible artwork, which I've adored from afar from a long time. Tell us, how do you even go about making stuff like this?
Well, the reason I chose these 2 examples is one's obviously a cover art, and one's obviously comic page interiors. These are, I think, from the same book, in fact. And they both deal with visual language and visual communication, but both in really different ways. The cover art, most cover art, you play tricks on the audience. You do little sneaky things to keep them looking. So if we're discussing, picture telling 1,000 words, for example.
Yes.
When you create cover art, you do little tricks to make the human eye stay on the page. You do little tricks to keep people engaged as long as possible. One of the most easiest forms of that is making the eye travel in a circle or a triangle. If you've ever seen a picture of a barbarian on a big pile of something, that's called the Frazetta triangle, for example. All these are different ways to keep the human eye linked within a space so that it keeps reading the visual information, so that it keeps indulging in what you've provided. So that's what happens with cover work. When it comes to comics, though, you're playing similar tricks. You're trying to get the audience to flow their eye in a certain way, but you're not trying to keep them in one region. You're actually trying to have an economy of information. And you literally want the eye to flow like a leaf. So you play tricks with placement, spatial arrangements, where text bubbles are sitting. You'll notice there's no text on here. I think this is something James can testify to, is like when you're doing comic work, you have to be able to tell a story without words. Like, I learned this very quickly when I submitted my very first comics to IDW, one of the first comics I worked on. And I sent them some samples of Changing Ways, and they said, that's really nice, can you resend it with no words? Why? What would you? I didn't understand, but I quickly understood that a good comic artist, and a good artist in general, can harness those ingredients to tell a good story, but you've got to be aware of how the human eye is travelling and reacting. So yeah, comics, the eye flow is carried by the way the people are looking. This is very common in book covers as well. It's carried by the empty space, the negative space, the facial expressions are something I love. I use photography, if you haven't guessed already.
How did you find a lady with 4 eyes, 2 noses, and 2 mouths?
Yeah, I love doing those.
That's incredible.
They're just weird, aren't they? That lady's my wife, the one being escorted by the men in the masks. And with that text, you could read into that. You could read into the situation where she's sort of flanked on either side by these people with masks. She looks concerned. And the reason I photograph people for comics, that's a different person. But yeah, in answer to that question, it's just fun blending and montaging. The reason I take photographs of people for storytelling is so much occurs in a human face. And when I photograph people, I ask them not to act. I ask them to just feel what is happening in the moment. Because most people that use a similar technique, they photograph people and they pose and they, what is that? And it's so fake that in itself becomes the story, that it's just not believable. So to get my readers to really indulge in the storytelling, I need to make sure that the people I photograph are feeling the moment, feeling the emotions. And the beauty of digital photography, of course, is I'll run off maybe 300 or 500 photographs just for 3 or 4 pages, and then just for one person. And then I'll go through those meticulously to find just the right facial expression, and then I'll blend that I'll hand draw it, I'll hand paint it, and then I'll blend the photos back through so those subtle expressions of the storytelling pop through.
Can I ask, Justin, when you take the photos, do you trace them to save time, or do you draw them freehand just looking at it? No.
I definitely trace them up, but I blend. So any of these characters, sometimes I'll add features and add details, but generally I'll photograph them, put them on a light table.
Yep.
And then I'll just redraw it on a light table with a mechanical pencil.
Oh, sure.
Really fine point, and then I'll water wash it.
Oh, okay.
So the final product is very hand painted, but it's then I bring the photos back because the face just says so much, what I mean? Yeah. Plus, noses are really annoying to draw. They suck.
From different angles too.
Oh, the nightmare. I hate drawing noses, and I'm not very good at it. I can't draw cars.
I hate cars.
Yeah, perspective, I'm terrible at.
They're the worst.
I failed my perspective class, yeah. So my technique for storytelling was developed by my limitations, things I couldn't do. I find that, we were talking earlier about artificial intelligence and the way it generates artwork, and I think that's worth looking into as well, because people have a lot of concerns whether it's real art, but then I see people that can't draw using AI and they're getting such joy out of it because they're finding these creative avenues to express the storytelling they had in their head, but they just didn't have a way of putting it on paper. But yeah, that's how I approach.
I would have assumed that you drew it digitally at first, but you're saying that you use pencil on paper first and you scan it in. Yeah. Why is that? Why don't you go to digital first?
Because it just looks so manufactured, and I've never really been a big fan of heavily digitally airbrushed pieces.
Yes.
I don't like it.
They look very shiny and fake sometimes.
Yeah, so for me I'm a real messy designer, a real messy illustrator. I'm not very good at doing it. I don't think I can do a perfect circle, I'm quite some of my favourite textures have been accidents, like I've spilt ink in my studio and gone, and grabbed some paper and put it down and covered it up. And then when it's dried, I've peeled it open and gone, oh, I'll scan that. And it becomes, you know what I mean? So I get really messy with my creative stuff. So it works better for me to just allow that to come through.
Yeah.
And it also keeps it feeling organic and hands-on, because most people do think I work just in digital, to be honest. Yeah, most people believe it's just, but every single page, not the covers so much, but every page is actually hand-drawn and hand-painted, and then photography's blended through. The trick with this technique, and the reason I use it, of course, also is to, when you're telling any visual story, if people don't understand the way that you've done something, the technique, it elevates its mystery and it becomes more intriguing. So I use 3 or 4 techniques, right? So people aren't quite sure how it was done. It's mysterious, it's intriguing, and it stands out. You know, you want to try and stand out from the crowd a little bit as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely came from my limitations though, things I couldn't do, and I had to work out ways to do them.
Isn't that funny? I think that's probably common to a lot of artists. Our styles grow out of our weaknesses, perhaps. That's where idiosyncrasies come through in our art.
Yeah.
One thing I want to ask you about too is colour, because I've always noticed in your stuff that it can have not monochromatic, but just like very similar colours within pops of really bright colours in there too. You can see here the bright patches. And why do you use those there?
Oh, there's little tricks. So one thing I always do is I've got this big philosophy about illumination, and I started when I was younger. I started painting canvases black, and then I would paint onto them, and I felt that it made the colour glow. Like it's like you're adding light.
Yes.
In my head, it was like, why start with a white page? You know, if there's nothing there, it should be dark. So I started playing around with dark canvases. Then I learned that if I started doing this thing where I made sure the artwork, nothing was above 50% luminosity.
Right.
Everything was under 50%. In other words, even the whiteness of the paper, I would kill it off.
Yeah.
So then you don't realise, but you're actually looking at only a 50% illuminated page.
Yes.
And then I would go with glows. I would keep the hues very simple.
Yes.
Keep them complementary, and I would also colour a scene thematically with colours.
Yeah.
So in a prison scene, it might be bluishy, whatever, and it just made it really easy for the reader to feel contained within that emotional moment. And you're just keeping colours simple, but then using strong bursts of luminosity, again, to sort of carry the eye, pop you around.
Yes.
But it really does come down to killing off all the light at about 50%.
Right.
Without that, it doesn't work.
Sure.
It's a really funny thing. Like the white of the paper, I don't let it be shown. I kill it off 50%.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never noticed that.
And it makes a big difference. Yeah. It allows everything to. You can't put a luminous glow onto white.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You need darkness. So by having at least everything 50% muted down, it allows me to make these colours pop. And that's what people like the most about my stuff, I think.
And yeah, you mentioning light, I think, is what has always struck me about your work. You put it into the words I couldn't figure out. It always is showing these illuminated parts, which draws the eye to those important parts of each panel, which is so important for the reader.
Yeah, and sometimes at the very end, I'll also knock everything out of focus and then bring it back on one point, but only subtly, so you don't realise. You think that a person's face is really in focus, but it's not. I've just softened everything else around it, and it's given the illusion. And again, it anchors your head. You look towards that in focus point, but I'm actually just doing like photography tricks, you know, like creating subtle fake depths of field to trick the audience again. But yeah, you want the eye, in a comic, you know this, you want it to flow like a leaf, not fall like a rock.
Yes.
You know, because they only spend like a second and a half on a panel, a human being does.
And how long does it take to draw one?
Exactly, you know.
And some of the things you're mentioning here too, like you're talking about light, you're talking about getting people to act, you're talking about focus. It seems like a lot of overlap with film. How do you sort of see comics and film overlapping? Is there any overlap?
Well, I think you and I have got this in common. We look at our stories like films first, and I don't know if that's because we've been brought up, watching a lot of films. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like I didn't grow up reading comics. I believe the stigma that was there. It was the stigma of this dorky little kid that no one wanted to hang around with, and he read Superman comics, and I thought that's what comics were.
Me too.
So I avoided them for most of my life, and then I started reading the Max, which was a bit more mature, sort of gritty, and, even though he had spandex on, it wasn't really a superhero book, It made me realise there was a lot more. And then I started to understand the language of comics as well, which is a completely different thing again. It's one thing to create pretty pictures, but if you don't understand the way juxtaposed images feed into each other, you can't tell a story properly.
That's right. I know you were telling me before in the green room about people are trying to get AI generators to create comics pages, and they look nice, but it's kind of gobbledygook. They can't fit the panels together into a flow.
I think anyone outside of the comic industry probably wouldn't notice, but any professional comic artist or writer or editor can see that all the pretty pictures in the world do not make good comic language. There is a lot going on, a lot more than just having pretty pictures. And that's why, like Gestalt, who are a local, their whole philosophy is story first. It does not matter how pretty things are. It has to have a flow. And I've read some books that are just stunning, but I just can't get past 2 or 3 pages because it's stuttering. I have to go, what, but you want them to flow, you know.
It's the same thing when you're watching a movie and something odd happens and it sort of pulls you out of the illusion of being immersed in that world. When the editing is off, or when the characters are not really bad acting, all that sort of stuff. And so a movie can have all the best special effects in the world, but if it doesn't have a good story with characters you care about at the heart of it, you're not going to get sucked into it. And same thing with comics. It's so important. It's just fantastic work, man. I'm just blown away. It's just stunning. And I love that idea about holding people on the cover. I'd never thought of that before. I'm probably trying to do that unintentionally when I'm designing covers. I didn't even know it was a thing. So,
well, I taught design for 20 years at Curtin University, and we would teach students all the tricks in the world in order to keep someone looking at an image. And you'd teach them things like, if you have a person and there's some text there, maybe they've got pink lipstick, so then the text will be pink. And then what happens is the human brain goes, oh, pink, 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 didn't even realise it. And you're caught in this little loop. So there's so many tricks, but covers are all about triangles, circles, Z shapes and crosses.
I better go back to Curtin and do some more study, actually.
I don't think they teach illustration there anymore.
Oh, man, it's just fantastic work, isn't it? It's incredible stuff.
Well, let's see some of your stuff.
Okay. I brought a couple of pictures from Stellafant. So I think my first slide is showing a bunch of my books. So I've made 18 books so far, actually 19 books for kids. The 19th one is not up there yet because it's secret and it's coming out early next year. But one of the ones you might recognise is My Dead Bunny, which is on the next slide here. This one is a picture book, but it is not for small children. It is not a bedtime story for kindergarteners. It is for older readers. It's like a black comedy, and it's influenced a lot by old 1930s horror films. So we had a lot of fun making black and white illustrations with a pop of colour as well. This one, though, Stellafant, this one is the one that just came out November last year, and it has an embarrassment of badges to go with it, and I'm really, really happy with how it's gone. But let's go to the next slide just so I don't have to look at that anymore. Awesome, cool. So this is like the opening spread of Stellafant, and it's about an elephant who wants to go to space. And this is Space Command. This is our first sort of setting, and I wanted to make it feel like a very cold, clinical sort of place. So I'm going for a very cool, cold, sort of teal sort of background. I found this photograph of these odd tiles. It was just a free, royalty-free photo online. It had all this graffiti on it. So it looked like it was in some old, like, Soviet bathhouse or something. I've got no idea where it came from. But I put that in the background just to make it feel like this really cold, cool, clinical sort of place. But you can see that, like, there's some words up the top, tells you where it is, Space Command, but it's not telling you everything. You can tell the values about this place by what's included in the picture and what's not. So you can see who they get to be astronauts, who they consider heroes and who they don't. There's a lot of humans there, but there's no women, and there's no one who's not white. And there's a couple of animals, but there is only dogs and chimps. Dog, chimp, dog, chimp, dog, chimp, dog, chimp, dog, chimp, dog, chimp, and then a sheep washing the floor.
That's a great example of keeping the eye in there in a chaotic way. My eye's gone everywhere. But I'm trying to match faces. I'm trying to he's slightly different to this. It's sneaky.
So I was copying and pasting the general sort of face and then adjusting it each time. Yeah. And even there's one up there that looks a bit like my dad. A couple that are sort of slightly based on people I know. Not because they would work in a place like that, but just because I needed faces to do, needed to get them through. If we can go to the next one, as Stella sort of comes in and starts to apply, again, all the boxes, most of the boxes when she's in Space Command, the panels are just square. It's one that's not, but most of the time it's these very clinical, cold, hard shapes, which is supposed to be just a subtle sort of nod to the values of the place. But then as we go to the next slide and we see Stella getting sent away and they like say, oh, we don't have a spacesuit in your size, you know. So she has to go away, make her own one. The shapes change and the colours change. They become these much more organic, lovely, rounded shapes, more friendly shapes. And the colours, the blue is much brighter than that cold teal we've got in the Space Command setting. So just really subtle little things like the colours you choose and the way that you bound the image can have a little subtle influence on the reader and their feelings about a place and a character. Even like little tiny details like the man there, he's supposed to be hard at work, but he's playing solitaire on his computer while he's at work. He's the gatekeeper here, but he doesn't really even care about his job. Little tiny things that the words can't say, we can put them into the image. On the next one, another example, she's done her spacesuit, but she's been sent away because they don't have any training equipment that will fit her. She'll break all their training equipment. The next one, we see her going and training with lots more people, and we see all these other shapes. On the next slide, these lovely rounded, friendly shapes again, just to show this contrast between the harsh world of Space Command and these other animals who are helping her train. On the next one, just see that contrast again. She finally has to build her own rocket. Little tiny details too, like that tree behind the man at Space Command is growing throughout these panels to show the passage of time. And then the next one, we can see she's like the literal elephant in the room. She's done everything that they've asked, and all these white blokes, these gatekeepers, are still debating, not even asking her any questions. They're talking about her as if she's not even there. But those cool, harsh colours are there again. And just using scale and contrast is really important in illustrations too, just making her stand out so much. She looks so out of place, so sad, so mournful here, as our uber white dude over here on the far left, the whitest man in the world, who's kind of modelled after Mike Pence, the old vice president of the US, is sort of holding court over the whole thing. If we go to the next one, this page in the book didn't have any words. It didn't really need any. Sometimes you get to a point in the picture book where you just don't have to say anything. The pictures can say it all. And this was the first image I had in my head when I illustrated the book and when I sort of was developing the idea. I knew it had to lead to this point. This was where it was all going to end up. And it's lovely to have a silent part in a picture book, especially when it's set in space, because it's silent out there too, isn't it? It's sort of, if it was a movie, this scene would be in slow motion, floating with some, maybe just a little bit of string music in the background, or maybe just silence entirely.
That's beautiful.
Lighting is really important too. This epic sort of lighting, it's totally unrealistic. In space, the shadows will be entirely black, and the other side will be bright light, but we just want to soften it a little bit for an illustration in a children's book. And all those stars too, like I didn't want to make it accurate. I used a digital brush that creates splotches, just like you would get if you flicked a brush or flicked a paintbrush onto a page. I didn't do it by hand because I just needed to save some time. But I wanted it to still have that hand-drawn look, so we can use digital brushes that will give us that sort of feel without making it look too clinical and shiny and you know, harsh as some digital artwork can look sometimes. On the next one too, we can sort of get to this part at the end of the book where Stella has created this different space command, Stella from Aerospace, where all these other animals get the chance to follow in her footsteps. And if we go to the next one, I'll just crop it off so we can just see these panels here, all these frames of all these animals who get the chance to go after her. But if we compare that to the one we had at the start of the book on the next slide, you can see the massive difference in colours and shapes of these frames. And that sort of summarises the theme of the entire book. It's a feminist book. Even though it's about an elephant, it's about everyone who's not a white man, and hopefully they get the chance to, you know, have the opportunity to do everything that white men are gatekeeping in the world. And so while these frames up the very top are all very regimented and in this tight little grid, they're all the same size pretty much. Down here on the bottom, all these frames can be higgledy-piggledy, a little bit chaotic, but everything fits together. Everyone's got their place. So I'm trying to say all that with the colours and the pictures without using any words. If we can do that with picture books, it sort of makes it feel a little bit more interesting. And people don't necessarily notice those things on the first go, but they'll notice it the next time they read it and the next time they read it.
Yeah. I remember we were talking about this also. I know with my books, I like to have a core story that everyone can read and understand visually.
Yeah.
And then I'll weave in extra narrative that is a new layer that complements everything, but you don't need to discover it. And it'll be visual as well as contextual. And then I'll weave in a third one.
Yeah.
And that's really hidden stuff. And like I was saying, there was a kid like 7 years after book one had come out, he spotted these little dog's eyes underneath the house. He's the first person that I know that has actually seen it, you know. So
Yeah.
it's like, I told him, like, that's people like you who will spend time on our books and actually, you know, dig a little deeper, and hopefully there's something there for them to find, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's for that rereadability. You want people to enjoy the book over and over again,
Yeah.
particularly if it's like a picture book and adults are going to be reading this to kids every night, sometimes multiple times a night. You want it to be having extra surprises down the line for people to enjoy. Like in this one, it looks like there's 5 animals who go on the crew, and that's it. But there's actually a moth hidden inside the sloth's suit, and there's a whole bunch of moths that have been following that sloth all through the book. And she actually go back through the book and track where the moths are. And the reason I put them in is because moths actually lay their eggs inside the fur of sloths. And to make him look like this sort of, no offence to university lecturers and stuff, but to make him look like a classic sort of old university professor with like patches on the elbows and a moth-eaten jacket that's got literal moths coming out of it. So yeah, that little moth is like a little hidden Easter egg through the book.
It's funny you're talking about the colours as well, like with, you know, obviously colour theory, complementary colours opposite on the colour wheel, but things like that top scene in the bottom, you get the warm colours in contrast. You'll see this in film so much. And they have names for it, like that particular hue, that greeny, cold hue is called swamp water. It's a post-production filter effect that you will, to make a scene feel cold. So for example, the original Matrix movies are like 2 colours. It's bluish or it's greenish. Lord of the Rings is 3 colours. It's blue at night time, it's green in the happy place, and it's reddish in the bad place.
Yeah.
Like they have these overwhelming hues that allow all the colours underneath to complement each other, you know, because they're being seen through the one filter of hue.
Yes.
And yeah, for that exact reason, it brings the whole scene to have the same expression or harmonious expression. You know.
Yes, and that fits back to what you were saying about your scenes, where you fit these thematic colours to a whole scene, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Let's go to the next one. So when I was doing some research on the colours, I was looking back at old like 1960s space race art and finding that teal was turning up a lot, and teal and blue and all that sort of atomic, you know, space age groovy sort of symbolism in there too. I really loved all of that. It also kind of reminded me of like Looney Tunes art from the time, where you had like duck dodgers in the 24th and a half century, and you had the little Martian, Marvin the Martian and stuff. So I knew that I had to have that teal in there somewhere. But on the next slide too, I found a whole bunch of old Soviet postage stamps from the time, and the orange was turning up all over the place. So I thought, okay, I've got to have this really deep reddy orange there too. And you can see like they've got their dogs there down the bottom here. We've got Belka and Strelka, some of the first dogs in space. Quite a lot of these astronauts are looking up aspirationally to the skies, which is kind of like a thing you see in lots of communist Soviet sort of visuals.
And you notice the low camera angle, like we're looking up at them. So if you want to show someone dominant, you look up at them.
That worm's eye view. Well, sometimes kids at schools comment, you can't say worm's eye view because worms don't have eyes. So...
I heard it as sea view level.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Maybe
or ant's eye view, they say sometimes too. So yeah, I thought I had to have that orange. And so if we go to the next one, like you can see, so those cold teal colours are turning up in Space Command. But also the symbol for Space Command is hiding the male symbol in it as well. Just to hint back at that sort of whole feminism sort of thing. And also, I suppose the rocket is like an unintentional extra male symbol in there too. It wasn't intentional, it's just sort of there anyway. If we go to the next one, the Stellarphant symbol then has got a bit of that teal and blue and the orange all mixed together. So I was trying to pick colours that people would unintentionally associate with sort of space without even realising why they are. And in this symbol, I was trying to hide an overall rocket shape, but also a moon and a star, and also Stella's head in profile. So they're all sort of combined in the one image there, like that. And so you can see on the next one, that logo is in on Stella's rocket in the book, and those oranges and blues are like all over the place in the book. They're always turning up as sort of a part of a limited colour scheme, which was really fun. I've never actually bothered with thinking about limited colour schemes before in books, apart from like My Dead Bunny, where it's like black and white with that green. Most of the time I've just coloured things that I thought the colours should be, but in this one I really tried to have a think about it, and I think it makes a work stronger when you actually focus on limited colours for particular reasons.
I also do it because it helps when you get lost in consistency.
Yes.
So I find it just easier to, okay, when we're in this scene, it's going to have this, you know, feel, glow, this harmony of colours. And for the next scene, I can now relax and forget all those rules and start fresh and play with a new palette. So it keeps it exciting as well, and it helps with the consistency. You don't have to be spot on all the time because you're playing with the visual harmony with the colours anyway.
That's it, yeah, for sure. If we go to the next one too, I guess the orange I found was also turning up in these flight suits that the NASA astronauts have. It's great to see a wonderful, diverse group of astronauts all going to space together. And the next one, I suppose, they also have their EVA suits, which are white. So taking those two colours, I then combined them to have Stella's suit, which is the next one here that has some of the white and some of the orange. And so you'll be familiar with this too. When we're designing characters, we've got to do turnaround sheets so that we can make sure we draw our characters consistently. We have little guidelines in the background so we can line up the features of the face and the body to make sure we can draw them from the same sides. Sometimes I make models too. Have you ever made like clay models of characters before? Don't want to get your hands dirty, didn't want to bother?
No, I used to do it as a kid. Used to do it with bicarb soda.
Oh,
and
wow.
make really terrible ones.
I didn't know you could make them with bicarb.
When you got no money, mate, you just find what you can. You make some stuff. Yeah, we worked out how to do it with bicarb soda. And
I suppose you can do it with Play-Doh and stuff too, can't you, really? Yeah, I didn't do it with this one, but if I have enough time, I'll make clay models that I can have on the desk and I can turn them around to check the angles. And making a clay model too sort of helps you memorise the features of the character from different sides, I've found. It sort of helped my brain to start thinking in 3D when I draw, which is really useful. I really enjoyed it. And I can't remember what I have on the next slide. Let's find out. Yeah, cool. So, like, I know, like, you're probably influenced a lot by film, I think. Me too. This scene here in the book is that classic slow hero walk towards the camera, which you see in movies all the time.
Yeah, they're either walking away from an explosion or towards the explosion.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Luckily, nothing explodes in this one.
They're walking towards danger or away from danger.
You can just see the moth inside the sloth's helmet just over there too. But if we look at the origins of this one, it comes from The Right Stuff on the next slide here, which is classic old space film. That's sort of the thing that people always hark back to with the slow sort of hero walk. But then it turns up all the time, and you'd recognise a few of these, I reckon. Maybe we should quiz the audience on them too. What's this next movie from?
One of
Any
them.
ideas? Apollo 13. They do the slow hero walk. The next one's easy. Simpsons has done it. Next one. Monsters Inc. has done it. Next one. Guardians of the Galaxy 1 did it. Next one, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 did it, but they did it twice. They did it in another scene here. The next one. And then this is all James Gunn, a director too, who I really love his films. He directed one called The Suicide Squad, and that does it at least 3 times. So it does the slow hero walk here, on the next one, and then it does it on the next one, and it does it on the next one. So it's something that happens a lot, and I love to like reference little movies and camera angles and stuff in my
Always
books.
consistent low camera angles, so you're looking up, you know.
Makes them look heroic and epic and awesome.
Absolutely.
So I do that sort of stuff a lot. I borrow camera angles from films that I love. I've watched a lot of Spielberg. I pull a lot of that sort of stuff in. On the next slide, I was looking at this one, My Dead Bunny. We can have a look at a few of these things too. I wanted to talk about character, but I'll show you some of the internals of the book first. So inside My Dead Bunny, the next slide here shows the front end papers. And so we start with the bunny alive because he's alive at the start of the book. He's all happy and it looks like a normal sort of children's book. But let's compare it to the back end papers. It is not a children's book. For older kids. And we have to actually go to the next one. The poses are all in the same spot. It's just that we zombify them and we've inverted the colours too. So the whole book is sort of turned on its head by the time we get to the end of it. If we go to the next one too, I was using photographs for the textures. So I took photographs of like tree bark and mouldy concrete and dead grass and telephone pole wood and laid those textures into the pictures. So it kind of makes it look like a animated film in a way. But I'll show you some of the internals here on the next one. We've got the bunny turning up to visit the boy. My dead bunny's name is Brad. His odour is extremely bad. He visits me when I'm in bed, but Bradley wasn't always dead. So the text has this lovely rhyming way about it that gives this great pace and rhythm throughout the story. But if you took the words away, you could still tell what's going on.
There,
So we've got the eye path leading us from the highest point of contrast, which is the bunny here, black against the white and the colour, and then his shadow leads us into the image and leads us to the next bit of text. And it says, he visits me when I'm in bed, and there I am in bed, and he wasn't always dead, as we can see by the picture by the bedside. So it's sort of thinking about it as if it was a movie and as if how the camera would pan through that scene. And I'm loving like the old vintage wallpapers and the peeling floorboards, trying to get that old spooky haunted house sort of vibe here as well.
And the silhouette works because it's the power of suggestion, right? Scott McCloud talked about that in Language of Comics. You can show someone something bad happening, and it might just get a cringe response. But if you suggest it, you show a silhouette, you get the reader's imagination firing. You know, that can be way more powerful. That's why they used to put fog machines, because the monsters in movies weren't that good, so they flicker of lights, and then you get to the end of the film, you see it, and you go, oh my god.
Well, that's the thing too. Like, I didn't want to show the bunny straight away, because in a monster movie, you've got to lead up to that. You got to hide them at first.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, and also, I guess, speaking on that too, Alfred Hitchcock had this great quote. He said, "There's nothing scarier than what's behind a closed door."
Yeah, parasuggestion.
That's it. So you're making the reader experience and imagine things as gross as they want them to. So the next one here shows another little scene. We've got a little flashback. We've got the boys here playing games, and it's just talking about how the bunny got to become a zombie. The next one sort of shows how it happened. It's a very Looney Tunes sort of scenario. You know, we have cartoon characters who get electrocuted and then you see their skeleton. It doesn't happen in real life. It doesn't happen in horror films, but it happens in comedy.
It's funny,
horror.
isn't it? Yeah, that
so
cartoons.
It's a fine line. Like, I'm not sure how you think about tone with changing ways and stuff like that, but with this, because it had to be for at least some kids, it can't go too far. It can't go into gore. It has to ride this line between comedy and horror. And if you go into gore, you lose the comedy.
Yeah, I didn't plan anything smart with changing ways. I simply wrote a book I wanted to read. I was just like, I want to see this, and I want to think, I didn't think about the commercial aspect of it. I just went crazy.
But that makes it a thing that you know you're going to follow through.
Well, it's something I wanted as well. It's like, it represents all the things I wanted to see in a story at that time.
Graphic novels take forever to make, longer than picture books, and so you need to make a story that you're passionate about and you know has legs, because you've got to see it through. Yeah. It's a marathon making a graphic novel.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Okay, cool. We've only got about 10 minutes left, so I thought we'd throw it open to any questions that anyone has in the audience for either Justin or myself about visual storytelling, anything else.
You know, when he was showing just quickly, when you were showing those pictures of the people walking.
Yes.
Did you all notice that the horizon was stiff every time? This is another trick in film, in cinema, comic books, is you angulate horizon lines to create tension. So whenever you want to suggest stability or quietness, it's always a flat horizon. Whenever there's action, like a cover of a Spider-Man book or something, whatever, things are going crazy or you're losing your mind, you watch the horizon tilt. And in movies, when they want the hero gets stuck, watch what happens. Often, they'll tilt the horizon of the shot, so it's like an uphill. And often when people are progressing in a story, they'll tilt the horizon this way, and it's like a downhill.
Wow.
Yeah, it's subtle, but it's a lot of films do it.
I've actually got an example of something like that too, but it's a couple of slides ahead. Can we flick through ahead, Andrew?
I just hijacked your questions.
No, that's good. Can you flick like through 20? Shum, 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 shum. I had way more than we needed to talk about. Keep going. Keep going, 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 keep going. I was using one of these angles in this book. I was going to talk about character, but that's okay. We can talk about it another day. I was going to talk about these. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. So it's just nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Just keep going until I say stop. Stop. Okay. This one. This is a scene in the book, and so we angled the whole horizon. So it's done in film. It's called a Dutch angle.
Yeah, and you can go too far.
Yeah.
Don't. Like, I reckon that's as far as you could have possibly tilted that.
Yes.
That's not...
Without architecturally it looking a bit unstable. But the whole reason is, like, sometimes a Dutch angle is used to make it seem like the whole world is unstable, and, like, it's to reflect the experience of a character who's in the scene.
It's called a Dutch angle.
Yeah, well, actually, it doesn't come from Dutch. It actually comes from German cinema, but Deutsch, Deutsch angle, but it's called Dutch angle. So, yeah, we're trying to reflect the fact that the sister here is not feeling real great here. She's been scared by the bunny. She's getting taken away. But also the bunny is in the highest point of the scene. So, like, he's in charge of this house now. It's his territory. If we put him anywhere else, down below, it wouldn't feel the same.
Yeah, if he was in that corner window, then he's an observer. Yeah. He's in control up there.
That's right. Yeah. He's in charge. He's in the position of power. So, I mean, if we go to the next slide, if we actually tilted the horizon the right way, it wouldn't work. Actually, did I put it in? No, I deleted it out. But that's okay. Does anyone have any questions about any of this sort of visual storytelling? Bianca?
I nearly forgot it now. Justin, you mentioned like the stigma that used to be around comic books. I feel like that's really quickly changed now, and their merit is really being appreciated. I was just curious as to like what, if anything, you guys want to see more of in graphic novels or comic books, whether it's like particular designs or characters or plots.
Oh, look, cool. I've got nothing against superhero films, but I just wish it. I mean, it kind of feels like it's happening all over again. That because Disney just controls entertainment at the moment when it comes to the screen, and There's like a superhero film every 3 minutes. The budgets on them are off the charts, so they're going to get bums on seats. I'd like to see just more independent stuff sort of make it to the surface. It's as simple as that, really. It's Disney has a lot of power at the moment. They own just about all the entertainment, so hopefully, there'll be a lot more independent sort of stuff that gets to surface a bit. I think it's a little bit easier nowadays as well because you can self-publish a lot easier if you wanted to. You can get your work out, obviously, a lot easier. But yeah, you're up against some monoliths at the same time.
I'd love to see more people understand that comics and graphic novels are not a genre, that it's a form, it's a way of telling stories, and you can have graphic novels that are romance, and ones that are thrillers, and ones that are fantasy, and ones that are horror, and ones that are, for kids, and ones that are superheroes. Like, just because something's a comic doesn't mean it's one thing. And it's the same thing with like animation. Animated films, they're always seen as like kids' movies, but animation is, again, it's not a genre, it's a medium. It's a way of telling a story. So that's really important, I think, for wider audience to understand.
I don't have a question, but I have just...
Was that one up the back, I saw a hand?
Sure.
I don't know if you've seen Laura Olympus.
No.
A really cool, it's a webtoon graphic one, and it's all about the Greek gods.
Oh, cool.
And so it's like a really good example of how it's a story that already exists, but it's such a great medium for it. And it's all really pretty, and everyone should have a look.
That's awesome. I think I can talk a little bit about one of the best graphic novels I've ever seen. It's my favourite book ever. It's by someone called Ray Fawkes, and it's called One Soul. I don't know if you've seen this before.
I know the name.
And it does something I've never seen with comics before, where you open the spread and there's 18 panels. They're all the same, 9 on each page, just a 3x3 grid. And it tells the story of 18 people's lives simultaneously. And they live at different points in human history. And it's a story you could only tell with graphic novels. And they all have the parallels between their lives. If someone dies, their panel goes black.
Yeah.
It is the most unreal book, and you can only do it as a graphic novel.
Yeah, it's like a clever elevation of the language, right?
Yeah, exactly
He's
right.
harnessed the language and he's taken it to that next level, but you need to understand the language before you can do that. Yeah.
That's right.
Thanks very much. Heard a bit about films and comics. Interested to hear what the two of you have taken from, if anything, other forms of storytelling.
Apart from film? Gosh, my head is... I think we agreed on this. We both see our books as films when we're making them. It's hard to branch from that. But at the moment, I've definitely been getting a lot of visual concept assistance from artificial intelligence-generated imagery. That's been the next step for me now. Like coming up with prompting ideas and then having concepts generate where you go, oh, I didn't think of that, I didn't think of that, I didn't think of that. So I'm actually getting a lot of fresh ideas now from artificial intelligence, which is probably the most significant change, yeah.
I've been using artificial intelligence to make pictures of like Godzilla and King Kong playing chess with each other. So I've just been mucking around and making silly pictures, and that's been really fun. But I'm worried that one day it might take away my job. I don't think it's happening soon, but if they learn like the visual language of comics and storytelling, like sequential narrative, I'm worried.
At the moment, Midjourney can be trained to create compositional art that speaks to people because it understands use of space, harmony, hierarchy of elements, it understands rule of thirds, the golden ratio. All of this has been put into it. So it can produce work that, even though it doesn't have a soul or an intent that is as pure as maybe brushed to paper, it's still producing something that invokes emotion. And I've also found that it's been a great way for people who can't draw anything to sort of find an expression as well.
It's a pretty fascinating world.
It's going to, I put money on this though, it'll be the end of concept art as a career, 100%. Within a year, I don't think you'll have a career as a concept artist. And I don't think clip art has a future, and that's no shame to anyone. But I think there's some drastic, radical changes coming to visual communication, not just with comics, because these technologies are now being applied to film. So you can generate film live. You can say or type what you want and have it come to life as film. So AI is going to have a massive impact, but just like we're talking about the language, a lot of these machines will hopefully, you know what I mean? You could solve the problem by simply programming the understanding in, just like we all learn from a book, but I don't know if it's going to, I don't know the impact, but it's definitely going to cost a lot of jobs, in the art industry, especially concept artists. I guarantee that. Concept art is done.
Wow.
Because any executive in their office who's looking for an idea, instead of paying, 10 grand and waiting 3 weeks, they're just going to type keywords, feel clever, and come up with a solution.
Wouldn't it be incredible if, all the fears we have around AI of us becoming batteries in the Matrix or them becoming the Terminator, none of that comes to light. All the AI just becomes artists. That would be a really interesting world.
Yeah, I don't know.
Strange. Perhaps we should leave it there. I think we're just coming up to time. Thank you so much for being here today. Please give Justin Randall a big round of applause. And I've been James Foley. Thanks for being here. And please stick around. We've got more coming up after this.
Thank you.
Life Story from Inside My Body by me, Scott Patrick Mitchell, from Three Can Keep a Secret, published by Night Parrot Press. After sex, he asks me about the scar on the small of my back. I explain that it's actually a zipper. He unzips my body and enters me again. I show him the webbing between my toes, how if he presses his ear to it, he can still hear the taunt in childhood locker rooms. Duck boy, frog, weirdo. Here the bones bend at the tug of this anomalous flesh. He asks if this is why I wore socks during sex. I do not need to answer yes. We visit my fingers, restless talons who jig, who jag, rhythm from the current. They rarely stop moving. I explain. The world is full of music no one else can hear, but they do. Toiling to catch it, gather invisible oral candy floss around themselves. He frowns, asks questions, all of which exclude the possibility of magic. On my left arm, I point out the scar cradled in my elbow's pit. Notice how now it lets in the light in a most marvelous fashion. See how the veins have grown shallow reefs. This is a holy place of healing. He laughs, asks us to continue. We stop at my chest. I pull out slides from my memory, put them in place. They show my body, early 20s, a mass of tissue gathering in each pec to transform them into temporary breasts. See how the nipples wept with joy at this sudden otherness. He shudders, scuffs a rib. We move on. In the vast, pulsing organ of my skull, I point with pride, show him where the poems come from. Vast vaults of gold electric. I call out to my 4 black dogs, roaming, chewing cortex, peeing on lobes and axioms. The largest one is called Sid, I say. It is short for insidious. He does not laugh, asks if we can go home. We leave my body. He zips me back up. We dress in silence. He offers neither a hug or a handshake, just an open door that he deadbolts behind me quickly. A week later, I see him at a sundowner. We make eye contact. There is no recognition, just a hollow stare that moves on to the next. The sun heaves its aching body down over the horizon, and the sky is the same color as my cheeks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to Scott Patrick Mitchell, who you just heard reading Life Story from Inside My Body, published by Night Parrot Press. And welcome everyone to this afternoon's session, which explores the challenges of writing about traumatic lived experiences. Before we get started, I would like to acknowledge that while we're not in Bali right now, we are privileged to be being in this beautiful part of the world, on the land of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and we do pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. My name is Dawn Barker. I'm an author and also a psychiatrist who works with trauma every day. So I'm also really looking forward to hearing from our guests today who've all explored trauma through different artistic mediums. We have non-fiction, memoir, fiction, and filmmaking. So can I please introduce our 3 guests? On my left is Tim Baker. Tim Baker is an award-winning author and journalist specializing in surfing history and culture. He's the best-selling author of many books and the former editor of Tracks, Surfing Life, and Slow Living magazines, and a 3-time winner of the Surfing Australia Hall of Fame Culture Award. His latest book is Patting the Shark. Welcome, Tim.
Thank you.
And next we have Jane Castle, who's a multi-award-winning filmmaker whose work as a director includes the documentary 60,000 Barrels and the short drama Roadside Cafe. She is also an award-winning cinematographer and the second woman to be accredited by the Australian Cinematographers Society. When the Camera Stopped Rolling is her first feature-length documentary. Welcome, Jane. And over on our far left is Dr. Michelle Johnson, who's a consultant emergency physician. Mostly her days consist of trauma and mess. She believes, however, that there's a beating heart of humanity, art and beauty within the sometimes brutal reality of the emergency department, and has dedicated her career to finding that sweet spot between creativity and critical care medicine. She's written 2 books, Dustfall, and her latest novel, Tiny Uncertain Miracles. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I'm very aware that this is a session about trauma. I hope it doesn't get too heavy. I think having spoken to these artists in the green room, we all have a lot of light and joy that I hope we can also bring to this topic. Tim, we'll start with you. So your book, Padding the Shark, deals with trauma of a very personal nature, as well as both the psychological and physical traumas of the aftermath of receiving some news that shook your world. Many people, I think, would be intensely private in that situation. Why did you choose to write about this?
Well, in the beginning, it kind of was therapy, I guess. I was doing just personal writing, very stream of consciousness. But then, I guess, as I experienced the reality of prostate cancer treatment, I realised it was something that no one was talking about. You know, there are very specific side effects to the hormone therapy that men receive for prostate cancer, and I think men, at the risk of generalising, not very good at discussing the kind of threats to their masculinity and their sexuality. And, I think most of us are familiar with most forms of cancer treatment, chemotherapy and radiation, but I had never heard anyone discuss the reality of hormone therapy. And so I just felt really strongly that I needed to drag this out into the light and, I guess start a bit of a conversation. Like, are people aware of this? Do we know that this is what's going on? And how do we feel about this as a society, as a medical treatment, as a frontline medical treatment for the most prevalent cancer in the country?
Yeah. Did you, when you did write and when you have published the book, have you found that people were aware of that situation, or has it sort of fulfilled that goal of starting that conversation with men and with women who I think also need to understand the impact on men?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think it confirmed for me that most people weren't aware of this, and I've been completely overwhelmed by the messages I've received from not just men with prostate cancer, but their partners, and I mean, really touching messages. I heard one message from a woman whose marriage had kind of reconciled because she said, I had no idea what my husband was going through. He wouldn't talk about it. And now I kind of understand what he's going through, and it's actually brought them back together. So that, I mean, I couldn't wish for more.
Absolutely. That's a beautiful story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jane, you too explore pretty personal traumas in your film when the camera stopped rolling. What was the trigger for you to write and make this film?
I actually didn't plan to make a film about trauma. I actually wanted to make a film about death, which I guess is traumatic, but more from a philosophical or intellectual point of view. And I put it this way, the film had other ideas. We would present it to funding bodies and people who are interested in supporting it, and actually, early on, my producer said, just start writing, just do some writing, because I was interviewing people, it was very intellectual, and this story of my mum's death fell out on the page, and it's absolutely kind of gripping, and you've seen the film, a lot of mystery in it, and it was a no-brainer, plus your mother is a pioneer filmmaker, so that's where the film kind of took me, and it so happens that the story of my mum's life and her death just wasn't enough, actually, for the narrative. So I ended up dragging myself into the film very reluctantly, and it became about our relationship, because that's, people are really interested in relationships. Everyone's got issues with their parents, and it became about intergenerational trauma and how it impacted my mum and how that impacted me and how we tried to heal from it. So unconsciously, I obviously, had a lot to get out, but I didn't plan it. And I was kind of mortified, especially because, you know, you're making a film and probably like writing, you're kind of on your own, and you don't really, I was never really imagining it was going to be my life, really personal, up on a big screen, but there you go. Yes.
And what have been the reactions that you've had? So, I mean, Tim's told us of some of the really positive things that have come out of bearing his soul like that. What about you? What feedback have you had in that way?
It's quite amazing. After every screening, there's always a few people that are like, oh my God, I have to have a coffee with you. We have to talk. Or they just want to, and people coming up, you know, it affects people in really different ways, but in tears often, but good tears. Of course, it doesn't affect everyone the same way, but because it's so personal, it's also universal. So it's really affected people, and it's helped them process their own personal stories. So yeah, and that was quite unexpected. I didn't plan for that to happen.
So it sounds like for both of you, it started out as one thing, writing your works, but I guess grew reluctantly or not into something a lot bigger. Michelle, unlike Tim and Jane, you've written a work of fiction. From reading your book, I also found that it dealt with lots of aspects of trauma, although being set in a hospital, I suspect it carries some of your own traumas from your day-to-day sort of working life. What drew you to write a novel that, rather than a non-fiction book, that sort of highlights, I think, some of the traumas of the hospital system?
Look, I'm a great believer that fiction can tell greater truths than non-fiction. You can go places that are just very difficult to go in a something that's based in fact rather than the other way round. And I think that's right. My lived existence is bathed, wallowing in different types of trauma, and I guess it depends on even what is trauma itself? How do we define trauma? I mean, for me, mostly trauma means a car accident or a stabbing or that sort of trauma. But then, you know, you start to zoom out, and being in an emergency department, trauma like love actually is all around. And there's sometimes like the big moments of trauma, the sudden unexpected death, or a child in a car accident, or something terrible, something that pulls the rug out of somebody's life, or they're the tiny 1,000 cuts of trauma that we see actually a lot more of: the poverty, homelessness, racism, ableism, all those marginalised people, a lifetime of trauma. And I think recently, maybe even over the last 5-10 years, that definition of trauma has really changed. I think it was even in 2016 that dictionary.com had trauma as the word of the year, and we talk about trauma all the time, our lived trauma. The pandemic, everyone says is a trauma. And so what does that mean? And I think then, coming back to your original question, why do you have trauma in fiction? I don't think you can have fiction without trauma. No one wants to read a nice, happy, non-trajectory life. We need some sort of trauma or stress to allow a character to change and to develop. So you actually have to get some form of trauma or stress in there to evoke as a catalyst for change, and that's what fiction is all about.
I think that's a really good point, that a character's journey, whether it's a real-life character, whether it's a fictional character, I think any of us will have those aspects of life that we need to sort of overcome. I mean, there is the plot of the tragedy, which we hope is not the outcome of most stories, but there's also that amazing positive growth that can come out of trauma. And I suppose the other type of trauma, Michelle, that you perhaps didn't mention was the vicarious trauma that you experience, for example, in your role. Did any of that, do you feel, come through in your novel?
Oh, I absolutely. I think I've learned, people will often ask, how do you reconcile those two lives, being a doctor and a writer? I mean, a writer of kind of, I was trying to work out my genre is strange, quirky fiction, weird-ass fiction. I'm not sure quite what that genre is. But how do those two lives live alongside each other? And I would love to say really comfortably, and they inform each other, but they're terrible. Honestly, they're too... You want your doctor to be upright and straight down the line and you know, not wavering from either side. And you want your writers to be absolutely crazy. You want them to be, you know, wildly creative and pushing boundaries. So honestly, it's just like I just don't want them to murder each other, the two lives in my mind. But of course, there's no question that your real life informs what you write. The colours, the people, the conflicts, all those challenges absolutely inform that. And the vicarious trauma, you know, we've also heard a lot recently about, you know, that burnout, medical burnout, moral injury, etc. And I think, is it because we're becoming more aware of those things, or are we all being, exposed to a lot more of these micro traumas, which kind of add up, and seeing other people's trauma, there's certainly vicarious trauma is a big element of my job, and writing it out is a very useful ploy.
Sure. As a psychiatrist, I know that when my patients tell me about traumatic experiences, the memories are often quite disjointed. The stories don't always make sense. And I think that could possibly be a challenge in writing. Tim, Michelle mentioned that when she's in her doctor role, she has to present a fairly sort of upright persona. I think your experiences, for example, of being told your diagnosis come through in the book as not being particularly helpful when you've had a doctor who is perhaps a little too medical. From your memories of, I guess, the most intensely traumatic times that you've been through, and I appreciate there have been many different types of trauma, how are those memories for you? Are they disjointed? Are they clear? And how do you go about writing those on the page?
Yeah, I guess I was kind of lucky in a sense that I did a lot of writing kind of in real time as a form of therapy. Yeah. And so I did a great deal of writing before there was any thought of doing a book. And so that was really useful just as a historical record, even though it was often really garbled. And I do a lot of free writing in a journal. I mean, one of the many debilitating side effects of hormone therapy is a sort of gradual cognitive decline, which is sort of pretty suboptimal for a writer. And so I had to find new ways to work. And so it was this very stream of consciousness free writing, and then just using that as a reference that wasn't going to ever be a finished product. And then I did the book as a PhD project. And so once I embarked on that, and I had about 40,000 words of writing, which I showed my PhD supervisor, she said, throw it away and start again. So, and it wasn't a complete waste of time, because it gave me a very accurate sort of record of what I'd been going through at specific times. So those moments were really captured. I mean, some of them are crystal clear and will stay with me for the rest of my life, but other subtleties and nuances of the experience, even some of the dialogue around some of those events, I had a record of, which was really useful. And then piecing it together was like a bit of a jigsaw puzzle. Like, I say the book is almost more like a concept album for me, because I felt like I couldn't hold the idea of it all at once in my head. And so I had all these chapters in various stages of development, and then I would try and work one up into a finished track that would make the album, so to speak, and then try and work out the sort of running order.
Yeah, that's a really lovely way to think about it, and reflecting on obviously having read it, it's a very successful way of writing. There are parts that are, brought me to tears. There are lots of parts that made me laugh out loud, and also some beautiful imagery. I think some of the images of surfing, for example, were just beautiful. And I was reading it on the beach in Exmouth, watching my kids surf, and it just felt really sort of poignant to see that. Jane, having heard what Tim has said, and that he kept almost a running diary of the issues that he was going through, yours, I'm imagining, has been written at this stage of your life, looking back to childhood and looking back to finding out things about your mother and your family. How did you manage to get those memories into the narrative and onto film?
I have actually written my whole life, so that I did have a bit of a archive of written work to draw on. But it was a matter of dropping down into memory, and it actually was a process. Some things I couldn't access immediately, but as I went on, sometimes there are memories and they're just kind of there, but then you go, oh my God, that's a really important memory to put in. So from that perspective, the film is unapologetically subjective, and I think there's even a line in the film like, only fragments of memory remain. And then there's another line later in the film, oh, my sister probably sees our family differently, but she's got her own story to tell. So I really own that, you know, my memories aren't necessarily the objective truth. And that was combined with really forensic archival research into my parents' lives. So thank God there are, you know, in the era of letters, you know, I had their letters, I had all this documentary information, I had their passports, I had all sorts of things. And I had their films. And my first film, which I made when I was 17. So, yeah, there was a lot to draw on, and it was a combination. I also did about 20 interviews with my parents' colleagues and friends and family members. So I tried to be really accurate as possible when I was speaking about factual things, and then I would go into my own personal perspective, and that would be very subjective, and like it's clearly a subjective work of biography and autobiography. Yeah.
Michelle, for me, some of the scenes in your novel that were the most affecting were really brief scenes of your protagonist, Marek, on his first days in the hospital, sort of being confronted with really quite distressing things that he didn't perhaps expect when he tried to hide away in the hospital. For you, writing about those things, which I'm assuming are based on some of your experiences, is it easy for you to write about those? I mean, are those crystal clear memories for you as well?
Look, I think the first one, so this is the book that's coming out in 2 weeks, Tiny Uncertain Miracles, and Marek, the main character, is a chaplain. He's a totally failed priest, failed at many, many, many things in his life, and has had kind of a very traumatic event which has led him in the direction he's going. And so he's experiencing these things in the hospital rather than a doctor. So that was a very interesting way for me to attend to these very, as you said, visceral, quite confronting, shocking, medical, traumatic things that are happening, doing it through the eyes of the chaplain, and not a very together one at that. So it allowed me to strip away all my medical, all my know-how and all my opinions about how things could be run, and really see it from a new lens. How would that look through the eyes of someone who is not me, not my sex, not my speciality, not my training? So that was really a powerful way for me to explore those things, because they are traumatic, and they're obviously all very much based on experiences that I've had. And the more true the story, the more factual, the more based on actual happenings, and it's kind of a maxim with medicine. It has to be a long time in the past. You can't write about fresh things. They can never be. They have to be anonymised completely, like fed through a mincing machine like sausage, so you can't recognise any of the parts. And so leaving things for a long time allows you to have that distance, and nobody can be recognisable. You keep that, people can never recognise themselves. But of course what that does, and we all know, every time you bring a memory out, and you guys will know this, you bring a memory out, and if it's not written down or in a film, you change it, you make it into your own story. It's just pure neuroscience. It's exactly what we do. And the more you bring a memory out, the more it changes. So really the only true memories are ones that you've never brought out and thought about again. So it's kind of an irony. But certainly from a confidentiality point of view, the longer between the event and when I write about it, the safer and more appropriate it is. So I will have changed and put my take and my weirdness onto what that looked like and what it felt like, and it will be a very different event than probably what actually happened.
And that's a very different thing, I think, to what both of you have done in your works, where it is so intensely personal, and you are talking about people that will still read your work and very much recognise themselves. How do both of you manage that in terms of the details you're giving about not only your own memories, but about other people in your lives that are in your works? Tim?
I mean, I very deliberately de-identified people. I mean, not just changing names, but changing traits. I mean, hair colour, even ethnicity.
Right, the similarity,
geographical locations, because I didn't want people to recognise themselves. Some might, but hopefully not many. But, you know, you're absolutely right. The human memory is a really unreliable witness. But I remember doing a writing workshop at the Byron Writers Centre with Rick Morton, who some of you might be familiar with from the Saturday paper, and it was specifically about writing about trauma, and he said a really useful thing to me. He said, don't write as therapy, which is what I had been doing. He said, your reader does not need to sit through your therapy, do therapy, you know? So I did therapy. And then you can come to the writing a bit less encumbered, which I thought was, absolutely essential for the book to be in any way successful in terms of what I wanted it to achieve, rather than, hey, everyone listen to this awful thing that happened to me.
Sure.
And that completely changed my way of approaching it. It was really good advice.
Yeah, that is.
I guess.
And for Jane, you?
Yeah, the advice I was given was don't make a film about your family until they're all dead. So some of my family aren't dead. So yeah, I would show it repeatedly, like to my uncles and aunts and cousins. To get their approval, and that was a great process. But my sister wasn't involved at all and didn't want to be involved, so there was a lot of friction, and it was a difficult thing to negotiate. But so what's the choice? You know, do I just not express myself, or do I take that risk and kind of encourage other family members to also express themselves, and they might have a different perspective. But yeah, it's really, really tricky. And I know other people who've written, you know, autobiographies and have similar, you know, predicaments with family members not wanting that exposure. So yeah.
The other thing that came through to me about all of your works is that you all write about trauma through various mediums, but you also write about ways of dealing with trauma. And as we sort of mentioned at the beginning, I think that's such an important thing to focus on. Tim, your book's called Patting the Shark. Themes of the ocean are woven throughout this book. Can you explain the title? I think that the reason for having this title, I think, really shows, I think, how you've perhaps dealt with your traumas.
Yeah, sure. It's interesting because the book was originally going to be called Punching the Shark because I'd been diagnosed. I'd been diagnosed in July 2015, and it was literally 12 days before an old mate of mine who I'd written a book about, Mick Fanning, the professional surfer, had that famous incident with the shark at Jeffreys Bay in South Africa. And I remember waking up in the morning and seeing the news online and watching that famous clip of the shark surfacing next to him, which I think a lot of us would have seen. And he'd famously punched the shark. And I thought, you know, Mick's a really inspiring guy. That's what I've got to do. And you could see him swimming towards shore and then kind of having a thought and stopping and turning to face back out to the horizon as if preparing to face his, you know, mortal threat. And I thought there was something in that, and I thought, yeah, I've really got to face this. But then I think it was 3 or 4 years into my diagnosis, I realised, you know, punching the shark isn't going to work. Like, this is part of me. I can't be fighting myself. And if survival is my only goal here, then I'm always going to be on tenterhooks. You know, I'm going to be sweating on every scan, every blood test result. And it just seemed to me that the more sustainable option was to try and make my peace with this and to learn to pat the shark. And I literally had no sooner kind of had this epiphany that I kind of found myself, you know, on my phone, scrolling Instagram, which is a silly thing to do after an epiphany, really. But there was Mick posting a clip about this National Geographic documentary he was filming, diving with sharks with a woman who was known as the Shark Whisperer, literally patting sharks. And I went, okay, I get it. That's the right thing to do. You know, thanks for that little bit of cosmic confirmation. And it was absolutely the right strategy for me. And then that sort of was a complete turning point in my journey where my goal became just making peace with my mortality. And that's not running up the white flag and going, oh, well, I'm done for. It's kind of freeing up your emotional energy so that if death is the worst thing that can happen and I'm okay with that, then I'm kind of okay. So that sort of became something I could work on that was felt within my control.
Yeah. Michelle, your main character uses strategies to try and deal with his trauma. I think you've mentioned he's not the best man of faith, but faith was certainly something he tried. Perhaps he didn't have quite as good an epiphany. He also, I think, tends to sort of hide away in the bowels of the hospital and hope that nobody pages him to come and deal with these difficult things. Are you ever guilty of using those sort of strategies to deal with your trauma? Where did that come from, and how have you found the ability? How have you been able to deal with your traumas day to day?
Yeah, avoidance. That sounds like quite a good strategy. I didn't use it for myself. But I've just been reflecting on that, and I was. The quote from Viktor Frankl came to mind about in Man's Search for Meaning, whereas suffering ceases to be suffering when we start to attach meaning to it. And I think that as a general, and it's really interesting, post-traumatic stress disorder has been a huge kind of diagnostic category for a long time, and it was always about, like we harking back to what I first talked about, huge trauma. It was often associated with war, people coming back from the war and having post-traumatic stress, where now it's like very much in the lingo of all of us, and it's, trauma has got a different diagnosis now, a different sort of classification and definition. But on the flip side, we have post-traumatic growth disorder, not disorder, it's not disorder, that's great, post-traumatic growth syndrome, where people actually grow and learn from traumatic experience. And I was saying this character, Marek, yes, who does do a lot of hiding away and hoping people won't see him. He's got this little corridor he likes to go through because then no one will see him and no one will see. He won't have to say hello to anybody. But he knows he's not a very good chaplain, as try as he might. But it was only because of his trauma that he got set on a path that allowed him to find his redemption, to grow, to get that full circle around. So I haven't spoken about personally now. It was a personal question, and I'm just thinking, no, avoidance sounds great. I'm going to try that.
I'm pretty good at that one too. Jane, your film also deals with some unhealthier ways of coping, I guess, throughout the generations, from your mother and also perhaps yourself at times putting work above friends and things like that. What about post-traumatic growth for you? Has the film been something that has actually helped you to emerge from that trauma with a more positive outlook?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I resonate with both of what you were saying. Because it's true that you absolutely should do your therapy. And I was also told, don't make a film about, your family until you've done your therapy. But I hadn't. I was in the middle of therapy. And I don't think I would have made the film if I had been fully resolved. I think it was a bit of an engine, but I was desperately trying to get my therapy done so that I could, the film wouldn't just be this confessional kind of victim-y piece. And what I found was that my voice changed in the writing. In the beginning, because it took about 10 years to make, so early on it was a very young voice. It was like a child's voice. It was a bit victim-y, but somehow as I was doing the therapy, I got more into my adult. And so there's a lovely mix of a kind of adult perspective and a bit of sense of humour and also the young. And I think it's really lovely to have both voices in there. So there's something to, of course, we never finish our healing work. So yeah, it's not like, don't write until you've finished your therapy. But the great thing about making this film was for me that it really, as you said, it gave meaning to what it had been really overwhelming. It was chaotic and I couldn't put the pieces together. And having that discipline to put this story into 75 minutes, have it make sense, have it be related to the facts and the truth was incredibly liberating for me because I could just go, okay, that's packaged up in a bow. I can put that aside. Yes, I've still got stuff I'm working on, but I've sorted out that kind of overwhelm and I've given what didn't have meaning. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've just got one more question before I'll open it up for questions. So if anybody has any questions, just a few more minutes and we'll get to those. And I guess I've been reflecting here as we've been talking that all of you have produced works that have dealt with trauma. All of us here are interested in hearing about it and in buying those books and watching those films. What do you think readers get out of, or film watchers? What do you think we get out of reading books about trauma?
I think when you were speaking, it just occurred to me, I think, because you're right, it can still be therapy as you're doing it in tandem with whatever form of therapy you might be doing, but I think there's perhaps a subtle shift in intention where you're not kind of inviting sympathy, you're actually wanting to help other people. And I think that was a bit of a switch for me, because there were really successful strategies like meditation or, in my own case, medicinal cannabis and psychedelic therapy.
So we can't go past that without you telling the story.
Have we got time?
We have time. We will make time.
Very, very, very quickly, to cut a long story short, quite early on, a good friend of mine sent me a little jar of medicinal cannabis oil and said, look, I think this might help you through chemotherapy, it might help you sleep. And it was kind of like, well, give a man a fish and he'll be stoned for a day. You know, teach him to fish and he can become a stoner in middle life. So I learned to make cannabis oil. And then I thought, you know, after you've cooked the herb in oil, I used to throw the herb away. And then I thought, I wonder if there's any THC left in this herb after I've cooked it. And I thought, maybe I'll make some brownies, you know, and we'll just see. And it's quite a good recipe if anyone wants to try this. Almond meal, cacao, a little bit of honey, not too much, coconut cream. They're vegan, very, very tasty. Anyway, so I made this first batch of brownies. The kids were at school. It was a weekday. I'm just a normal suburban dad going about my business. And they came out of the oven at about midday, and I tried one, and I thought, yeah, they're actually pretty good. And I know, you know, the strategy is start low and go slow. So I waited half an hour, but there's no discernible effect. But gee, they're good. I might have another one. So you can all see where this is going. I had another brownie, waited another half an hour. By this time it's an hour. Still no discernible effect. I guess all the THC leached out in the cooking of the oil. But one more brownie can't hurt, surely, can it? So I had another brownie, and by this time it's 1:30. The kids get home from school about 3:30, and then I went, oh, fuck. And before I really knew what was going on, I was starfished on the matrimonial bed. I was having bed spins like I hadn't had since I was 15 years old outside a blue light disco after a bottle of spumante. And I had 2 hours to get it together before my kids got home from school, let alone opening all the windows and doors so it didn't stink of my... I call it kind of like Breaking Bad light, you know. Anyway, I managed to just have a shower and have a cup of tea and go for a walk in the garden and then, you know, have this big smile when the kids came home from school, and I think I got away with it.
You don't think they noticed?
I don't think so. But I have since had that conversation with the kids. They're a little bit older now, and I think they're old enough to sort of accept that.
So maybe we shouldn't follow that particular recipe.
It's a good recipe. I just think one brownie is enough.
One's enough.
Yeah.
Jane and Michelle, from your point of view, why do you think people would want to read traumatic works or watch traumatic films?
I guess I'll change the tone. Look, apart from what I talked about before, people resonating and it helping them to have their epiphanies and major turning points, writing about trauma in a very personal and vulnerable way, like I'm very honest about my own shit in the film. For example, my own violence within the family violence situation. And look, I just think I've found out that it allows people to talk about really difficult taboo subjects, and that's what we need. You know, there's that saying, "You're only as sick as your secrets." And so when people see someone being very real and open about their trauma, but also the impact of, you know, my behaviour on other people, like my mum, because we had a fractious relationship. Yeah, it just helps the conversation, you know, it helps with community healing, and that's what we need to get over these, you know, PTSD and to get into post-traumatic growth. It's about the conversation. So that's a big part of my work. Yeah.
Michelle?
And I'll just say, look, trauma is a very lonely place, and often we talk about with one of the joys, the wonders of fiction is being deep inside a character, allowing us to have empathy, i.e. walking in their shoes, and being able to just experience, seeing what it's like for somebody else's experience to go through trauma and go, hey, I'm not alone, you know. It's a very common thing, and I think that's the beauty of going very, very deep into a fictional character, because you write a fictional character well enough and they become very real and very deep, and you can get this intimate understanding of someone who's very much outside your sphere but has a lot in common.
Now, we only have a few minutes left. We may only have time for one question. Does anybody have anything they'd like to ask? I can see a hand at the back. Excellent.
So I was just wondering, do you have to do any research as to the trauma that you didn't know? So, for example, maybe from your patient's point of view, or perhaps like your parents or other people who were, going through similar stuff and maybe had different experiences of the medicine. Did you have to do any research on that?
I'm sorry,
It's for all of you.
Okay.
It's just like the different types of research for trauma that you might watch this, that people experience it in a different way.
Yeah. Does anyone want to?
Yeah, I can certainly. I've been a doctor for 32 years, so my research was done for that sort of thing. I'd seen enough. So from that perspective, and you know, as I sort of always had this writing head, and a writing head means paying attention, noticing things that perhaps sometimes others might just let go. So I think that for me, that was my research was done.
And I think for me, the therapy was research, because it also got me reading about all, you know, attachment theory and all kinds of things. And I've also been studying to be a psychotherapist, so I've been kind of diving into all the material. And I just think, you know, when you're drawn to a topic like that, just the curiosity, there's so much to learn, and then you can apply these theories to yourself and to your family, and there's this real strong desire to work things out. So a lot of that research just kind of happens organically for me.
Yeah, and I did a huge amount of reading because it was a PhD project. So I began just by reading lots of cancer memoirs and kind of what I call trauma memoirs. And the big kind of realisation for me in that reading was that most cancer memoirs were about these heroic, miraculous cancer survivors, or, you know, these really stoic, brave cancer, well, I don't really like the word victims, but people who succumb to their disease, but, you know, facing their mortality. And I was interested in what fell in between, you know, just how you get up each day and get on with your life. And the therapy, you know, seeing a psychologist, I considered that research, and without wanting to sort of typecast myself too much, I did consider the psychedelic therapy a form of research. I guess it's sort of internal research in a sense, and not unenjoyable, I might add.
Do we have time for one more? No, sorry about that, people. But what we can do is that the authors will be in the bookshop afterwards, so you can go and ask them some questions, and I'm sure they can sign the books. Michelle's books are not officially published, but I've heard we do have some here. And for the film, there is a screening, I believe, tomorrow of When the Camera Stopped Rolling. So I highly recommend, if any of you are free tomorrow,
nice
10
and
o'clock, to watch that. It's an incredible film. So I would just like to thank the three of you for being so open and honest, and for a fascinating discussion. And thanks to everyone for coming along today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chopsticks by Wang Shi Chiang from Three Can Keep a Secret, published by Night Parrot Press. You're so Asian, he says, as his blue eyes watch me in amusement. What? I ask as I turn from the kettle, surprised by his random comment. Because you just use a chopstick to stir your tea, he says. I look down at the lone red chopstick in my hand. I was using it to stir the honey into my lemon tea. I guess I unconsciously grabbed it from the drying rack next to the kettle. It was the closest thing next to me, I say, defensively, as if caught doing something wrong. A normal person would have grabbed the spoon, not the chopstick, he continues. Normal? I frown at the word. I thought it was normal. As a child, I watched my mum use chopsticks in the kitchen. Chopsticks were the equivalent to the Swiss Army knife. Mum would use chopsticks to whisk eggs, turn steaks in the fry pan, and check the steamed pork buns with a quick, solitary poke. Yeah, sometimes I forget you're Asian because you act like me. Then you pick up a chopstick and stir your drink. He finishes with a shrug. He waves a hand and turns his head to end the conversation. I swallow my response as I drop the chopstick into the sink and take a sip of the sweet, sweet tea. I watch him wander into the living room without a care. Taking another sip, I bury his comments in my thoughts of tea. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Put these on display. Hey, I'm Claire Nichols. Thanks so much for coming today to the Perth leg of the Ubud Readers and Writers Festival with our two very special guests here. This is going to be a really good fun session. Alton Molly, not here, so he sends his apologies, but we are going to have a fabulous conversation today.
I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting on Whadjuk Noongar land and pay my respects to elders past and present. As I said, my name is Claire Nichols. I host the book show on Radio National, and it's the best job in the world. I get to talk to incredible authors like this every day. Yes, I'd love you to follow that show on the ABC. Listen out, you guys are literature lovers, so it's not a bad choice. Our guests today will be available to sign books after the session. Please do support them. I've read both of these novels and they are absolutely wonderful. We will take a couple of questions at the end of the session today. I always say the best questions are short and end with a question mark. So thank you very much for that. This session today is called Uniting Humanity Through Creativity. That is a lofty goal for a 45-minute session, I reckon. I'm not sure we will necessarily unite humanity, but if we do, we will be able to say that we were here when that happened. But I do want to talk to these guests today about creativity. I want to talk to them about the art that changed them, that changed the way they thought. And I want to talk about whether art can or even should bring people together. My guests today are Clarissa Gunawan. She's an Indonesian-born, Singaporean-based writer and translator. She's written 3 novels, and the latest is Water Song. It's got a beautiful, beautiful cover, so look out for that one in the bookshop. And Xiang Lu, I'm going to hold up his novel here. He's a debut writer. This is The Whitewash. He's an Australian writer, and this is a fabulous book. Can you please make them very welcome? Okay, we're going to start with creative beginnings. So, Clarissa, let's do creative origin stories. Can you tell me a bit about the path that led you to being a writer?
Actually, it's kind of funny because earlier I did a radio recordings with Claire, and she asked me the same questions.
Yeah, so we've had a practice at this question earlier today.
Yeah, and you can totally listen to the shows, right? When is it going to
air?
Yeah,
Clarissa is going to be on the show next Monday, so not the Monday coming, but the Monday after that.
In because we put some effort so that. So for me, actually, ever since young, I always wanted to be a writer. So it's kind of like a childhood dreams. But as you grow up, you kind of realize, like, I want to be a writer. It's quite similar to I want to be an actress. Not everybody can do it. Or I want to be a president. So instead of doing that, I decided to do something that is more logical, so which is like marketing, sales, banking, very logical. But I think at one point of time, when I was like 23, I realized that, okay, I feel like something is totally missing in my life. And I decided to take a sabbatical and, just give myself at least one chance to try to see whether I can achieve my childhood dreams, which is like totally impossible at that time for me. Obviously, 1 year is not enough, but here I am right now, so being a writer. One thing is that initially, actually, I wanted to be a comic writer, not a novelist, but my drawing is not really good. so I ended up, I became a novelist.
Well, it's really interesting because you're not writing comics, but Xiang, your book is incredibly funny, so we've got comic literature coming from you. Xiang, did you pursue any creative lives before writing?
Yes, I think much like Clarissa, childhood dream. I think similar in a lot of ways, although self-sabotage was a very big part of my story. I don't think I've talked about this one, so you guys get the scoop. I was studying undergrad journalism and law, so you could say I'm a failed journalist, and also a failed lawyer. But it was really a formative time for me. I didn't enjoy the law part one bit, and instead I would skip lectures and hang out at the bookstore, and I would just read books all day. And I think that's kind of where that real desire to really write came from. I mean, I'd always wanted to be a writer, but just sitting in the bookstore, wasting my money and my time. And I remember, and I guess here's the scoop, is, it was a corporate law assignment And I decided that I wanted to be a writer at all costs and that I was not going to be a lawyer at all costs. And I handed in an assessment that was pretty much a short story. And obviously I failed. I thought it was a good story. And what happened, well, I got in a little bit of trouble for that. The tutor reported me to the dean. They were offended by the story. I promise you it wasn't. I think maybe the only offense would be to the law, but the field of law, I mean. And the dean rang me, and he and I had an amazing conversation, actually. I explained, my parents sort of wanted me to do this. I was rebelling in the worst way possible. And I don't know what I was expecting, but he came back and said, very soberly, I actually know what you're going through right now because I'm having the same thing with my son. And it was this beautiful moment. I mean, incredibly self-destructive, but this beautiful moment of he was a proxy for my dad, I was a proxy for his son, and we had this really incredible discussion about, somehow or other we were led to this question about who would inherit the world. Would it be the orators or would it be the writers? And I thought it would be the writers, and he thought it would be the orators. But little did I know that as a writer, you have to get up on the stage and orate anyway.
How did the conversation with your folks go when you said, I don't want to do law, I want to be a novelist?
Pretty bad, yeah. But, long story short, they're very proud. And they're very much behind me. I'm certain to this day, the number one buyer of my books is my dad. So.
That's so beautiful. You were talking about pursuing the sensible jobs too, banking, marketing. What did people make of your dream to be a writer? Did people say, this is a crazy idea?
I think it's quite a parents' thing, when your parents tell you should study law. Actually, I told my parents I like drawing, and they told me to study advertising. So that's how I went into marketing. And then they say all the money is in the banking, And after that, I went to banking. I'm saying those are really sensible suggestions. And in fact, if people told me that they want to be writers, my first advice would be, do you have some savings? Because from my experience, you can't really write hungry, Yeah, so it's very good to have some savings, and not 1 year. 1 year is not enough. Probably like 5-10 years, right? Yeah, more like it. I think when I first took a sabbatical, I didn't tell people, oh, look, I want to write a great Singapore novels. I just told them, I think I'm quite tired with all the stress and everything. I just want to take this 1 year for self-care, spend time with my family. And in fact, at first they kind of things like it's a hobby. Only when, I think first time the short story came out, they didn't really think about it. It's just like some kind of interest, passions. But only after the books came to the bookstore, other people actually see, oh, okay, that's actually a job, But it's quite interesting when you're talking about your parents, because I remember my mom at one point of time say, don't spend too much time on your hobby. And then after that, after the book is out, she seems like, oh, I always knew she's going to be a writer. It's like, oh, okay. That wasn't what I remember. You guys didn't know.
Revisionist history from your parents.
It's quite nice when I get an interview on a local newspaper, and they kind of showing it to everywhere. And they tell me oh, Carissa, write a nice book, but I'm pretty sure my dad don't read my novels. My mom might read it, but not my dad.
Really?
But it's all right. Yeah, it's okay.
So you're saying your dad's your biggest buyer, but he hasn't read The Whitewash?
Yes, well, that's a proof of fatherly love, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, my mom have a lot of my copies of my book. Oh, she didn't buy. I give her for free. I'm a good daughter, Yeah, so I actually have some translations of my novels, and she kind of put it in this shelf, different language. I think they have like 20 overs because there are translations and UK edition, US edition, things like that. Yeah, they're all in the plastic. I'm pretty sure they have never been opened, but parents.
Now, but how do you feel about the fact that, like your parents haven't read your book? Is that sad? Is that fine?
I think this is really going to hurt my sales later, if there are any. But my dad did make the effort to read a little bit. But look, the book is described as an experimental novel. I embrace that, but I also think that it's written in an oral history format, and I think a lot of people are pretty familiar with that form. I remember talking to you about Vanity Fair, the Mad Men, and Sopranos oral histories. We're all pretty much across it. Maybe not so much in fiction, but yeah, I mean, my dad is someone who doesn't read. Just to him, it was like, how do I even engage with this? So, I applaud him for the attempt, and I thank him for the sales.
Exactly, and I'm going to vouch for The Whitewash. It is very, very readable and super entertaining, so don't take Young's dad's review to heart. And what about you? Is it disappointing that your parents haven't?
One thing I noticed is my mom read a very different kind of books. She like Barbara Cartland's. It's like those romance Harlequin types. So it's kind of different. She never said anything about my work, and actually I don't dare to ask also, because I like to say that it's nothing personal, but it is actually personal. So I guess if people you don't really know write reviews about your book, it's okay. But if it's your own parents, and it kind of like it might hurt a little or a lot.
Actually, can I say one thing? And the reason why I don't take it personally, because of my dad not finishing this, is I remember when I was starting out writing short stories, I wrote a short story about, it was a romance. It was a boy falls in love with a girl, and he sort of shows his devotion to her by stealing the Taj Mahal. And one day it's completely disappeared. I mean, I was really inspired by magic and all that kind of stuff. And it was just a very short story, but my dad read it. And one day he came down the stairs. I didn't explain how it happened. And he came down the stairs and he had the pages in his hand, and he was like, how did he do it? And like in that moment, I kind of tricked him into loving literature. Yeah.
He'd been thinking about it all night.
Yeah,
that's amazing. I was thinking about what you were saying, kind of jokingly, Clarissa, about your advice to a wannabe writer is have some money saved. But I mean, this is a reality. Certainly for writers in Australia, I remember speaking to the Miles Franklin winner from last year, Amanda Laurie, whose top piece of writing advice was be married to a dentist, which is hilarious, but kind of heartbreaking too, that one of Australia's most important novelists is saying, well, if you're not married to someone rich, you actually can't pursue this. I guess the fact that this is a career that is hard, it's risky, it's maybe not what your folks would choose, points to the fact that there's some sort of calling within you to do it, some sort of urgency to do it. Is that something that you feel, Clarissa? An urgency to write or a need to write?
I think I just wanted to write at least one book in my life, and many people say that one day I'm going to write a novel, and I was just thinking, why not today? I'm not sure how many of you know this NaNoWriMo. So basically in November, we just kind of like write a novel in a month.
Yeah, so NaNoWriMo, everyone's heard of that? It's a monthly challenge, and you've got to write X number of words a day, and people around
but
the world
join in. It's kind of like, you're not really writing a novel in 1 month, you're writing rubbish in 1 month. But 50,000 words of rubbish, you still have to do it again and do a lot of editings. But I guess at that point, I do have a savings that I save from working normal job. And I feel like just give it a try once, because people usually, we don't really regret doing something. We regret not trying something. And something might be as silly as trying to be a novelist. But, it might work out or it might not work out. It doesn't matter. I think what's important is at least you give it a try. So you don't like die and thinking like, oh, I should have written a novel, you know.
You're not going to die feeling that either, Siang, because your book's out there. Do you feel that writing is a compulsion, something that you have to do?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a hard one to answer this one because I feel like I could go in so many different directions, but I'm not sure if we talked about this one, but there was, I'm certain we did, a period in the whitewashers' submissions existence. It was submitted, I mean, within Australia. I was lucky enough to win the Glendower Award. Love being with UQP, but there was this sort of maybe parallel history where I was submitting also to the US, and there was a very highly regarded professional in the publishing industry, won't name names, but that person encouraged me to remove the historical portions of the whitewash. As I was saying to you, that it was essentially asking me to whitewash the whitewash. You know, it was very painful, but it was very clear to me that that relationship couldn't progress. Because to me, I would, and again, probably the self-destructive streak, but I would much rather have written something that I can stand by that no one reads than write something that's compromised.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I want to talk about representation in the arts because we talk about this a lot, about the importance, especially for children, of seeing themselves in books and culture. Siang, you were an Asian kid growing up in Brisbane in the 1980s. What of yourself were you seeing in culture?
Almost nothing. And, you know, it's very hard to identify a lack of something, especially when you're a kid. And it was only really in retrospect, looking back, that even now I can't really think of a single name of a person or a character that I saw on screen. I was watching a lot of television, as we all did. No internet back in those days. But again, I think part of it also was I was consuming a lot of Jackie Chan films and, you know, SBS. And so, like as a kid, you're not really thinking about these distinctions, but the distinctions are no representation in Western-produced films, and then a great breadth and diversity of representation and different ways to be. And I don't just mean different martial arts styles, but you know, just any Asian film, any Hong Kong film. There's so much more diversity there and role models there. So I wasn't really putting it together because I feel like I was seeing some heroes on the screen, but they weren't, you know, I don't really know any good way to land this point, but they weren't really from the Western-produced content.
Yeah, which is the world you were living in.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I guess not what your friends at school are talking about. Oh, did you watch that great film on SBS last night? Yeah. I do want to interrupt for a second. Do you have a glass of water? No.
No, I'd rather not. I'd rather not have one.
Would we be able to get a glass of water for?
No, that's okay.
You okay? Okay, good. I just want to make sure you're okay. Clarissa, I'm interested in how this might be different for you because you were growing up in Indonesia and then Singapore. Were you exposed to a greater diversity? Were you seeing Asian faces on TV? Were you reading stories about Asian people?
I guess in a way, yes, because you're growing up in an Asian country, you see Asian people, but also at the same time, there are different kind of Asians. So I'm a Chinese Indonesian, so when I was born, Chinese is a minority in Indonesia. And the other thing is that we don't really talk about certain things. This is what my parents taught us, and kind of the society in a way taught us. Like we don't really talk about race, we don't really talk about religions, and we don't really talk about sex. That's other things. So it's kind of there, but no one really talk about it. So in terms of like, do you have movies or books in Chinese Indonesian experience? When I grew up, I don't really see it, but right now there are a few. When I say a few, it's really a few. I know Tiffany Sao wrote once, The Majesties, about the Chinese Indonesians. I know some friends wrote about it. I think Awi, there's another one. He's coming to Ubud Writers Festival. But there are still not a lot of stories about Chinese Indonesians. I think coming to Singapore, yes, most people are Chinese, but at the same time, there's also this people like me, which is, they call it the new citizen, because we just converted to be Singaporeans, even though that's like a long time ago to me. And there's also the born and bred Singaporeans. So even though it's all Asians, but I think Asians also have a lot of diversity. And I feel that it's not as diverse as people might think about it. Because if you're just looking for Asian, yes, there are Asian everywhere. But if you're trying to be specific, like, do you have movies about Chinese Indonesian culture? Do you have books about Chinese Indonesian struggle? Then not many.
And this seems like a silly question, but tell me, why is it important that there are films about, you know, Chinese Indonesian people? Why is it important to see your stories in literature, in culture?
It's actually start to feel important after you go. I think only the past few years I realized that, you know, because when I was in Indonesia, it's just common not to see us, common to be invisible, that I don't think is anything is wrong. But I think in the past few years, there's this a lot of movement about we want diversity, we want a diverse book, we want a different stories, we want to hear people from different race, different religion. And then I start to think like, okay, I want to hear a story about myself too. I want to see more about the Chinese Indonesian representations. I want to talk about the immigrants. And all these things start to feel like, okay, I want this vibrancy. But initially, if you told me, in the past, it doesn't even come to my mind because it's just so normal not to see people like me in the TV. So, or there are a lot of, I would say there's a lot of mixed actors, like, but they are mixed with Westerners because they look so pretty and everything. Yeah, but it just comes in these few years when they start to calling and people getting more aware that, okay, we do need a diversity. Yeah.
Xiang, I know it was a bit similar for you. You know, you kind of don't notice what you don't see. Do you remember the moment when you actually went, oh my goodness, you know, I'm not seeing stories about myself, and that matters?
Yeah, I think it was maybe when I was in my early 20s. I mean, it's no surprise that I love film from the book that I wrote. But I think I started gravitating more towards Hong Kong film. And really finding role models within that medium. And so I think probably a few years after that was really that sort of trigger of like, all right, I'm watching these films in part, not the whole thing, but in part to sort of see myself reflected in the screen, or who I might want to be. I mean, I was quite immature back then, and I think a lot of people look to their heroes on the screen, right? And I think that's sort of around when it became apparent to me that there was not that much diversity in Western film and TV.
This session is called Uniting Humanity Through Creativity. And I am interested to know about if art can change the way we think about big things like the world or little things about how we exist day to day. And I've asked you both to nominate a piece of art that changed you in some way. Xiang, let's start with you. You can pick it up and show everybody.
So this is George Saunders's A Swim in a Pond in the Rain. He's one of my favorite authors. I think Lincoln in the Bardo was absolutely a masterpiece, and The Whitewash really is indebted to it in many ways.
Because it's a multi-voice story, yeah.
That's right. And this is a bit more esoteric. It's more of an academic style of text, but it's a book in which George himself, a master of the short story, basically analyzes quite a few Russian masters of the short story, and he reproduces their original stories, but he also talks a little bit about why he thinks they're successful. He talks about the character motivations, and I didn't pick this book because of Russian literature, but I did pick it because of George. And there's just this little bit that I'd love to read out, and it's a bit about George's identity. He was a struggling writer in, I think it was his 30s, he was mid-30s, something like that. And he'd spent a really long time modeling himself, I mean, speak of the devil, on his favorite writer, Ernest Hemingway. And everything that he wrote was inflected with Hemingway-isms, and he wasn't really having much success. And one day, at work, he sort of scribbled a little silly cartoon, brought it back, left it on the kitchen table, went to play with his kids, and heard from the other room his wife pick it up and start laughing. And in all the years that he'd written, she'd never once laughed or even really given much positive response to his work to date. And that was really the spark for him to figure out, like, oh, I need to be myself. I need to follow my own creative path. So that's a really long preamble. I hope I can find the right spot. Yeah, okay. So this moment of supposed triumph, I had found my voice, was also sad. It was as if I'd sent the hunting dog that was my talent out across a meadow to fetch a magnificent pheasant. And it had brought back, let's say, the lower half of a Barbie doll. To put it another way, having gone about as high up Hemingway Mountain as I could go, having realized that even at my best, I could only ever hope to be an acolyte up there, resolving never again to commit the sin of being imitative, I stumbled back down into the valley and came upon a little shithill labeled Saunders Mountain. I thought, it's so little, and it's a shithill. Then again, that was my name on it. This is a big moment for any artist, this moment of combined triumph and disappointment, when we have to decide whether to accept a work of art that we have to admit we weren't in control of as we made it, and of which we're not entirely sure we approve. It is less than we wanted it to be, and yet it's more too. It's small and a bit pathetic, judged against the work of the great masters, but there it is, all ours. What we have to do at that point, I think, is go over sheepishly but boldly and stand on our shithill and hope it will grow.
Let's give Xiang a round of applause for that. It's an incredible book, this book, A Swim in a Pond in the Rain. I found it kind of life-changing, and I'm not an author, but it even changed the way I thought about writing my silly little radio scripts, spending that extra bit of time. How did this book change your thinking, Xiang?
I think the theme of today, besides the overarching one, is that you don't know what you can't see. And I'd been thinking about this a lot, and I read this after finishing The Whitewash, but it gave me a language to explain to myself what that entire journey was, of imitating great authors that I admired and eventually coming to rest, thank God, just in time for The Whitewash.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We're talking about humanity, and one thing that really strikes me about George Saunders and his work and the way he talks about his writing is there is a great humanity at its core, because George Saunders talks about the fact when he writes, every sentence he writes, he's in a conversation with the reader. The reader is right there, and he's judging every sentence, every word about you, like, how are you responding to what I'm writing? I mean, is there something about that, about the humanity and the generosity at the root of what he does that speaks to you?
Yeah, one of my favorite stories by him is the Semplica Girl Diaries, and I won't go into too much sort of detail explaining what it is, but it's so much, it speaks from the heart, and my mind was boggled to understand that it took him 12 years to write the story, but the fact that it's my favorite story, I'm not sure, but I got to feel like that 12 years was well spent in some way, right? Among many things, but one of the things that drew me to that, and a lot of his short stories, definitely Lincoln in the Bardo, was that sense of heart, that sense of generosity. I don't know him personally, but he seems like a fantastic author just because of that.
And this idea that we're trying to skirt around today about uniting humanity through creativity, I think that heart and that generosity in art is incredibly important. Clarissa, I asked you to nominate a piece of art or culture that changed your thinking, and you nominated a documentary, so you're stepping into Siang's film territory there. What is the documentary that changed your thinking?
So it just started from 2018, where I attended this Ubud Writers Festival there for the first time. And I was in these literary dinners together with some other writers. And there was a young journalist near me, and we get to know each other over the dinners. And then after that, I see from her tweets that she's producing this documentary, My Mother's Land. And she was asking, okay, you can all watch it for free. And until now, it's available to watch for free. But at first, I didn't really have any expectations. But when I watched it, it totally changed my perspective. So basically, the documentary is about a woman who actually does activism works, but they're not just people like from like the usual activists, like politicians or maybe like university students, but these are like even farmers or it's just a housewife, but they all doing incredible things. And I think the changes is that for me, when I grew up, so I kind of have this idea that you don't want to get into trouble, so you just be quiet, especially as a woman, and also as a minority. It's like a double minorities. You just be quiet and you don't really create problems. You don't talk about things you're not supposed to talk about. But then I look at these brave women, and they are doing things in their own ways. One of them, I think, is like I think they are trying to put like strings to block the developments. And then there are also like some ladies who go to the Jakarta, and then they kind of like doing a protest there by putting their legs in the cements. And this kind of changes, maybe one voice doesn't matter, but when there are a lot of voices coming in together, then people start to hear them. At least start to give me this idea that, okay, you can't really say that, oh, it's okay for me to be quiet, the next person gonna say something. Because if no one says anything, nothing is gonna change. So we need to also be brave, but also be safe, and start to try to speak up. And one of the things I've been doing is that in the past, I don't really write about race. But I kind of like brave myself to write short stories about, it's actually kind of like based on my grandfather's experience, Chinese, that we have to change our names. As you can see, my name doesn't sound like a Chinese name, Clarissa Gunawan, because at a certain point of time, Chinese Indonesians have to change our names to Indonesian sounding words to be assimilated. So we can't study Chinese, we cannot celebrate Chinese, and we're supposed to do a local culture. So that's why I was telling Siang, I don't have a Chinese name, and I don't speak Chinese. So those are the kind of cultures that people might not really know happened in the past. But right now, things are changing for the better, thankfully. But if no one says anything, these changes is not going to happen. I think that's what the documentary teach me.
Wow, that's amazing. And to confront race in that short story, what kind of bravery did it take from you to do that?
It took me very long, actually. I mean, I wrote this story for quite a while, but I wasn't sure whether I want to get it published. And again, Ubud Writers Festival, I met these founders of some like literary journals, and she asked me, like, Clarissa, do you have any story that you want to publish about? But we want to publish something that's a bit different, something that's normally not being published by the mass media, not by the major journals. I did think of that story, but at first I was like, oh, will I get into trouble? I guess one of the things why I publish it because I'm in Singapore and I kind of feel safe. I'm quite far away from Indonesia. But also at the same time, I think it's all my friends that's publishing works that I kind of like thinking, okay, so maybe it's okay to try to speak up. And because these things did happen, no one talk about it, but it did happen, and we all know. Just that it's kind of being, I wouldn't say it's erased, but it's kind of being toned down a lot.
And Siang, your book is quite explicit in its need to tell us about really appalling history of Asian representation in Western cinema. I mean, was this written from a place of frustration or anger, or is it more just kind of bewilderment?
Well, I think it was a very important topic to write about. I don't think any of those emotions really. I think probably a knee-jerk reaction to laugh.
To laugh.
And then trying to figure out why I was laughing about something that was so terrible. And I think that came about when, the news came out that Scarlett Johansson had been cast in Ghost in the Shell, a famously Asian character. It was 2017, and I just started laughing. I was like, yeah, I mean, of course this still happens. But then behind the laughter was like a little bit of pain, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was kind of what I wanted to distill in some ways was, yes, this is a very important topic that's close to my heart, but I'd like other people to laugh with me. I'd like to do some digging and try to figure out what that pattern is, and maybe help other people see it in a little bit, in the smallest way possible. But and again, I think we've talked about this, but this really this desire to both entertain but educate at the same time, and it's a bit of a tricky line. I'm not discounting the types of works, and there are many that are satirical but also incredibly angry, and I think they have the right to be that way. But it just kind of goes back to, who I am as an artist is just to want to make myself laugh, and then hopefully make other people laugh as well. And if we can, think while that's happening, then, so much the better.
If anyone has a question for Siang or Clarissa, we'll take those in a couple of minutes. So we'll get the mic to you. I'll ask one quick question before we go there. We've been talking about uniting humanity, but I just wonder if that is actually what writers should be doing. I mean, and this can be a quick one from both of you, when you sit down in the writing room, are you sitting down and going, I am going to change humanity today, or are you thinking, I just want to write a great book? Siang?
Oh God, yeah. I think it's the latter. Yeah. I just want to. I want to write something that satisfies me, and then I think once that part is done, then you come to those ancillary questions of, is this going to mean anything to other people? Hopefully, yes. And I suppose if that happens enough times, then you do have that chance to make an impact. I was thinking about another conversation I was having with a friend, and I did speak about this in yesterday's panel as well, but she had gone to see Crazy Rich Asians. She resisted watching it, as I did, for a lot of complex reasons.
Which is appalled.
We're going to have it out in the green room later.
I watched it actually.
But she was white-knuckling the seat in the cinema just as the opening credits were coming up. She's Asian Australian. And she described to me that it was this weight of pressure, this crazy weight of like, God, I hope this is good. I hope this film is good so that we get another one.
Because it had been, how many years since?
25 years since the Joy Luck Club.
Yeah.
And I think, we had a really emotional discussion in part, I think most part, because of Crazy Rich Asians, but also we couldn't have had that conversation without the whitewash having been written. And I kind of felt at that moment that I'd done something valuable. And if maybe I have no idea what the volume is that you need of those types of discussions to change humanity. But I think if you just have that one connection with one person, that to me is enough.
That's brilliant. And quickly for you, Clarissa.
Oh, I feel under pressure now.
Yeah.
I was thinking that, uniting humanities is like the kind of a very big goal, is something like Miss Universe will do, not writers do. For me, I think the same with Sian. I just want to write the books that I love. That's the first thing. And if other people love it, that's nice. But one of the best experience I received from my interactions with readers is when they told me, especially people who maybe their first language is not English, and they tell me like, you are giving me courage that this is actually can be done. Because my mother tongue is Indonesian, but my first language, because right now I'm in Singapore, so I'm using English. But it's kind of weird that your mother tongue and your first language don't really come together, and sometimes I do feel insecure about that. But I'm glad that it gives people courage, and yeah, I guess that's it.
Amazing. Your question, please.
Quick stuff. Hi, this is for Clarissa, because you mentioned that there's no one talking about the massacre in Indonesia anymore, but I want to assure you that, there are people still talking about it, and of course you're writing about it, also, bringing it back. And my question is, as I'm a Chinese Indonesian, so I don't know about China and stuff, but you moving to Singapore definitely bring up more side of being Chinese, and also bring back the identity, and also brings you courage to write about that book, right? If you haven't been to Singapore, will that book still be there?
Oh, actually, that was a short story that I wrote. Yeah, my books is all not set in. Sorry, it's all set in Japan. Yeah, my novels. Yeah, no worries.
But did moving to Singapore, do you think that?
I know that some people's because in '98 there's like a big massacre for Chinese Indonesians. A lot of people actually moved overseas, including Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong. But at that time, I think it was in elementary school, and in fact, at first I was happy because there's no school. School are closed. So I was like, oh, okay, great, no school, and I didn't know what it means. Only after I grew up, then I started to realize what it meant. Oh, okay, actually on that day, what happened? And I think even now, I still talk about it to my friends sometimes. We'll talk about other things, and then we kind of remember that. So I will say that, I'm too young to understand, but I'm too old to forget. And even until now, we still have these conversations with a lot of people say, so I think you are just being paranoid about it because it's happened so long time ago, but it's not right, because until now I still feel afraid of something similar to happen again. Well, I hope not. It's a very terrible history, and I hope it will never repeat again. I think that's one of the importance about talking about diversity, because we get to know others people and get to know their point of view and get to know their pain. They say, in Indonesian, there's these words like, tak kenal maka tak sayang, which means like when you don't know someone, you don't love them. So I think there's also one of the good things about book is it helps you understand others people's experience. So hopefully with more literatures, we can understand each other better, and the history doesn't have to repeat the bad one. Yeah, the good one can repeat the bad one, no.
I think we've done it. I think we've united humanity, everybody. Thank you for this incredible conversation. I've just been writing down some of the keywords, that compassion, conversation, courage, understanding. This has been so wonderful. Please buy Siang and Clarissa's books. They are both fantastic, and they'll be downstairs signing them in a moment. Please give a huge round of applause for Siang Lu and Clarissa Gunawan.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks, everyone.
The ABC of Female Destiny by Susan Medalia from Miniatures, published by Night Parrot Press. A for anxiety. As a child, she bit her nails down to the quick, drawing blood in the ire of her mother. "What's the matter with you, Joan? What on earth will people think with disgusting nails like that?" B for boys. When she started menstruating, her mother told her not to let boys touch her because her body could now make a baby. "No touching at all," Joan said. "Anywhere?" Her mother muttered, "Down there," then swiftly left the room. C for career. When Joan finished high school, she weighed up her options. Her mother thought nursing and teaching were appropriate jobs for a girl until she married and had a family. But in her first year of nursing, Joan let a boy touch her down there, and 3 months later, she was pregnant. She and the touching boy had a shotgun wedding, followed by 3 more children in 7 years. Their 3 sons became engineers, mechanical, electrical, and civil, and their daughter dropped out of her studies to sing in a band called Sweet Pussy.
Apakaba. My name is Christine Layton. I'm from the ABC, usually presenting afternoons. And can I present to you the Pulling No Punches panel this afternoon? Holden Shepherd with The Brink, Michael Burrows with Where the Line Breaks, and Jennifer Downs with Bodies of Light. So exciting to be here. Now, it's a funny idiom, pulling no punches, isn't it? Because I would think if you're giving your all, you're actually punching something, but no, you're not. And we did punch each other backstage. We got out of our systems and everything was fine.
Just to practice.
Genuinely,
No, there were a few punches.
So, look, as authors, you have taken on the biggest themes available. And all of your books were just outstanding. I want to hear from you today what the biggest risk is that you've taken as an author. When it comes to your latest work, Holden, what was it like?
I think my biggest fear is that people I know in my life are going to think that they're the characters, and especially the bad characters. And it's usually the families and parents. My family's not in the audience, are they? It's usually, people read into, the bad friends or the difficult mother or the closed-off father, and they kind of assume it's really people that you have, known in your life. So I think that was the biggest thing, was trying to lean into real stuff without identifying real human beings and or talking about them, as I do, the promo part of the touring. That was the most terrifying part.
Have any of your family members come up and said to you, "Am I?"
Well, yeah, with Invisible Boys they did. My oldest brother, what am I, 5? My big brother, my eldest brother came up to me after Invisible Boys came out, and he was like, "Robbie is clearly based on me. Zeke's older brother, that's got to be me." And I was like, no, it's just coincidence. He's like, "No," and he marries the Aussie chick, and that's my wife. That's definitely us.
Yeah.
And I had to be like, it's an amalgam of people, and authors use all kinds of whatever. We put a little disclaimer in the front of the book that says any resemblance is purely coincidental. So
Yeah, I like that very
hopefully
much.
won't get sued.
Michael, now I'm very keen to see how you answer this. The biggest risk you've taken as an author?
Oh, I think probably structurally mine. In Where the Line Breaks, I've got footnotes and sort of allowing or letting the reader figure out how to read it. Are they going to read it in order at the footnotes? Are they going to go back and forth,
Yeah, I thought I was drunk when I started reading your book. I went, hang on a minute, is this... Yeah, why did you take that approach?
I like a challenging read. I don't want to label my book as challenging, but I've had some feedback that it was... what's another word for challenging? It was a different way to read it, and a sort of an exciting way. I like to read books like that, so I wanted to write something like that.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it was definitely a conversation with Georgia, my editor, saying, how's this going to work?
Yeah. Jennifer, the biggest risk?
I think it was an ethical risk for me, like telling a story that was so grounded in reality, but which was not my own, and wanting to do justice to experiences that are real for many people without the reader feeling like I was exploiting trauma or, you know, kind of capitalizing on awful things in order to I don't know, either make some sort of aesthetic point or to, I don't know, make a book or you know, I think a lot of people are still under the illusion that you make money from writing, so perhaps some people would think I was exploiting it for money. And yeah, like I said yesterday, I can't be the judge, obviously, of whether or not I've succeeded, whether that risk kind of paid off. But that definitely felt like the highest stakes to me when I was writing.
I really like what is not said in your book. In fact, I've used bobby pins and tissues, and I'm one of those people that doesn't have stable bookmarks, so please excuse all of the things that are marked here. But if I can read a little bit to you. Now, who hasn't read this book, just for the record? No? Okay, all right. I'm not giving anything away. It's from the start of the book. But look, just to give you an idea, it follows the life of a girl who has been through the foster system, and this is towards the beginning where she's very, very young. Her dad very clearly using drugs and is around people who are using drugs, and she needs to go to the toilet. So I'm going to read a little bit. Afterwards, she put me back in the seat of the car. She put the Viewmaster in my lap and she said, "You can have it." She thought it was important to me, thought it meant something, and I just liked it. 4 was the figure on our letterbox in Mystic Court. Was how old I turned in 1977. Was the number of people in the car when we drove to Caribbean Gardens. Was the quantity of pies we ordered from a van at the market. Was the number of candles Dad stuck in the middle of the cake. 4 was the number of times I nagged Dad to take me to the bathroom before Graham said, "Come on, Spider, I will take you." He asked if I needed help to wipe. I said I could do it myself. He said, "Even 4-year-olds need help sometimes." 4 was the number of days afterwards that it hurt to pee. Was the number of times Dad knocked on the dunny door saying, "You fallen in, Mags?" While I squeezed my legs together and tried to let it out as slowly as possible because it burned. Was the number of bruises, fingertip-sized, on my thigh that yellowed and eventually disappeared. Oh, I had to put the book down after that because it was such good writing. It was so emotive. And that is by far one of the hardest things to tackle, I think, is you know, abuse that happens to children who can't advocate for themselves. So in writing that paragraph in particular, Jennifer, where did you take yourself mentally and how did you prepare yourself to discuss or not discuss these happenings?
I think what's left out and the kind of silences are often just as useful or as instructive as the things that we do have on the page. And I think that applies to everything, not just kind of, you know, trauma or, I think, you know, often heightened emotionality on the page can kind of read in the opposite way. And so, you know, and it was also, to return to what I said earlier about that kind of ethical dimension of things, it was important to me that the reader knew what was going on, but that it wasn't, and I didn't want to gloss over anything, obviously, but I also didn't want to kind of plunge the reader into this, you know, I didn't want the reader to feel like a voyeur. And so it's important to it was important for me to kind of pull back a little bit and write with some restraint. obviously for a lot of people, like that passage has the potential to be really triggering, even though it, you know, as you say, it's pretty light on detail, I suppose, and it infers a lot rather than spells things out. But I think, you know, most people will get the gist of what's going on and can fill in the blanks either via, you know, their own knowledge or other stories they've heard. I don't know, the research is pretty awful, but yeah, I don't know. It's a whole can of worms, because the research is kind of unendingly awful, and then every time I would feel despairing or cranky or bad or depressed about it, I would just be like, well, I haven't lived through this, so like, what right do I have to, you know, to kind of to feel this bad about it? And you know, where I kind of landed in the end, I was reading, learned a lot about kind of vicarious trauma, and my beautiful psychologist said to me at one point, she was like, yeah, you're not like, you don't have chronic PTSD, you didn't grow up in resi, but also like you're spending so much time with this material, it's not nothing either, you know, it exists, that kind of vicarious trauma exists on a spectrum, and I was saying to someone yesterday, I don't know what I would do differently if I had to write a book like this again, because on one hand, I think it's really important to be super close to the material and to write kind of faithfully about something like this. You need to immerse yourself in it. And I don't mean in the sense of like, what's it called? Actors who... Method acting, sorry.
Yes.
Not in the sense of method acting, but you just need to know what you're writing about in order for it to feel plausible. But by the same token, that definitely made me into not a very happy person there for quite a long time. Sorry for that long answer.
I did wonder.
I didn't mean to monopolise.
Absolutely. And that's what I wanted to ask, because as a parent, it was just, eye-opening, and I was grateful to read it, because you need to look out for things like that when they can't look out for themselves. So Michael, tell us about, where did the inspiration for your book come from? Why did you want to follow two men 100 years apart with you know, you handle war and you handle a thesis, and both can be...
Trying to make them, meld them together was interesting. For my original inspiration, I went to Gallipoli in 2013 for Anzac Day, which was an incredible experience, and I was sitting there in a crowd with all of these other Australians and Kiwis, and you're there overnight, and you see the sun come up, and you see exactly what the beach was like, you know, 110 years ago, 105 years ago, whatever it is. And then they were doing some readings and performances throughout the night, and they were reading British war poets, Rupert Brooke and Wilfred Owen, and things that I love anyway. But I wanted like an Australian war poet. And I thought, actually, I don't even know any Australian war poets, and I've done research into it before, and I was like, oh, who would that be? Who would that person look like? What would they sound like, especially? So I created one. And then I also wanted to write about modern day, our take on Anzac legend and mateship and bravery and what that means. So I wanted some way to be able to look at both, to sort of meta comment on my own made-up history.
Holden, have you always pushed the boundaries? I'm curious. Tell me. Yeah.
Maybe, or apparently. It's so funny. Someone asked me a similar question the other day, and I was like, I actually don't think I'm pushing boundaries in the young adult literature space. I am, but what I mean is, I'm not setting out there like, what's the grittiest, most hardcore, like, teenage thing I could write. Like, I'm not actually doing that. I'm just writing what happened when I was a teenager. You know, like, I'm writing the stuff that when I was 16, 17, 18, we were all going through, and that involved, you know, sex and drugs and partying and, you know, toxic friendships and horrible parents and all, you know.
Insecurities and...
Yeah, that's just life, you know. But the publishing industry has this weird gatekeeping thing. I find it really weird. I'm just starting to say it now really publicly. I find it genuinely weird that there is such a concern about what, say, teenagers 15 and over might be able to deal with in a book where it's really nuanced and not graphic, it's just words. But we have absolutely no care or gatekeeping around an MA15 plus film.
Yes.
We don't care about that. If it's a video game or porn, like, do you know, like, this is, thank you,
Yeah.
thank
They've
you.
seen worse stuff on TikTok.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
This is that's what I'm going into. Like, I'm telling teachers and stuff. I'm like, if they're 15, they're already watching porn. So like, chill out. If there's a scene between Mason and Braden and they make out a bit, like they'll be okay.
Yeah.
So I genuinely, even though yes, it is pushing the boundaries of a conservative-ish space, and maybe conservative is the wrong word, but maybe slightly puritanical is the word. I don't think I'm just getting there to push the boundaries. I'm just reflecting what's really going on in their lives, in the lives of adults now who were once teenagers who did similar things. I just think my job is to tell the truth and to tell it like it is. That's how it goes. That's what happens. So I'm just not shying away from it. I'm not pulling any punches.
Oh, do you see what he did? Oh, that was a very good tie-in, my goodness.
I think it's interesting that honesty, writing honestly, and I think that's what we're trying to do, is being called pushing the boundaries when it's truth. We're trying to get some sort of truth in various different forms on the page.
And why are we scared of it? It's a funny thing, isn't it? Yeah, so what is the most unexpected reaction you've had to your book, Michael? Tell me.
I think the fact that people enjoyed it. Sometimes you write these things and you're like, oh, this is for me, and, I'm going to like it. You know, you have to like it because you read it so many times. And then you get feedback from people and they say it actually touched them and meant something to them. That's pretty, always surprising.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I mean, if you receive an email or somebody comes up to you at a festival and it always feel, I don't know if I always feel like I've got tickets on myself, or I sound like I've got tickets on myself when I say this, but you know, like if somebody comes up to you and they say, like, I had XYZ experience with state care and this felt really faithful to me, or I felt like I was represented, I mean, that to me is just like the greatest, like what an honour, you know, and often people will divulge quite personal things to me either in person or by email or whatever. And on one hand, I didn't expect that. That's been surprising. But on the other, like there's such trust in that as well, you know. Obviously, I'm not going to go and write their stories, you know, for public consumption. But there's such like an intimacy in that exchange, and I don't know if that's been the most surprising, but it is definitely the most like gratifying and moving part of it.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to see that now foster parents are asked to write the story of their foster child so that they will have some kind of continuity and they will have the memories outside of their own mind. But it was like seeing it on a page with your book. I wonder what it is like, Holden, when readers digest your book, get in contact with you and share those personal experiences. Is it affirming? Is it confronting? Have you made some friends from it? What's it been like?
You know, there's that whole, is it called parasocial relationship? Speaking of making friends from it, you know, like, no, it's actually quite terrifying. Why? No, well, so there's a beautiful side, kind of what Jennifer was saying. Like, I'm writing a book, like Invisible Boys and now The Brink, where you're dealing with deep mental health stuff, suicidal ideation. In the case of Invisible Boys, you know, growing up gay in the country and really struggling intensely with it, I receive messages, it's been more or less daily since it came out in 2019. So that's getting close to 1,000. You know, like, that's a lot of people reaching out to say, here's my story. Caitlin Mailing, I was sitting next to her at Big Sky Festival a couple of weeks ago in Geraldton. And, you know, I did my normal, you know, book signing and hello, nice to see you. And she's like, wow, a lot of people come up to you and just tell you everything that's ever happened to them. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's become so normal that I've lost sight of it being slightly unusual. But yeah, so you do get that. It's very special. I feel very honoured to have helped someone process their trauma. So most of them are great. But I very much don't want to be friends with everyone who talks to me about that stuff. I'm very happy to do that in the moment. But it's an interesting thing being an artist online or on social media in this era. Some people tell me they love me or want to go out with me or sleep with me, or can we be best friends? Can they message me every day? Some want to hurt me. It's not cool. Like, it's pretty messed up. So there's a really great part in being that lightning rod for someone else's trauma, but there's also a little bit of a scary part to it.
Wow, I had no idea. So how do you deal with that? How do you compartmentalize? How do you keep going?
Block early, you block often.
that is absolutely
Yeah,
fair
I mean,
enough.
like that sounds awful, but that's if you get a whiff
you've got to
of
protect
some
yourself.
that boundaries are being crossed or that you're in danger, you have to block early and block often.
What would it have meant to you as a high school student to have a book like this?
The world. I just got a message this week. I just had an email from someone in Dallas, Texas, who basically said, look, I wish this had existed when I was at high school because it would have just made me feel like I was okay, like there was nothing wrong with me. And I'm like, yeah, there was nothing wrong with you. There was nothing wrong with me. No one was around at that time saying it. We live in a much nicer era now. But a lot of people, full stop, but especially in my case, young gay men, grow up feeling like there is something intensely wrong with them. There's intense shame, there's intense self-loathing. And it's, not everyone grows up in a family that says you're fine as you are. So if books like this exist in the world, there are a lot of faith schools now, which I think is really cool. I've just been to Bunbury and I was in Catholic schools and Anglican schools and, they've got books like this and books, not just mine, but others on their shelves. So it's like, cool, even if they're in a really religious family, they have resources and books that can tell them they're okay. I think it's pretty cool.
Oh, it is, absolutely. We are going to have 10 minutes of question time at the end, by the way, so if there's anything you'd like to ask the authors, get ready and we'll bring the microphone around. Now, vulnerability hangovers have been talked about a lot lately, and I really like the concept because I do think it summarises what happens when you expose your inner self. Michael, have you experienced one?
Vulnerability hangovers. It's an interesting idea. I think if you're willing to write something down on the page and you want it to be one day published, part of you knows that someone's going to read it sometime. Maybe you're not going to get the hangover as much. But in the same way, my character was originally named Michael Burrows, but spelt slightly different, so that, artistic choice. And then eventually I went, no, I might better give him a completely different name. Some of these things obviously have happened to me and there is truth in them, but you don't want to go all the way and say this is, and write a memoir, because you may as well write a memoir. Yeah. So there's ways of avoiding it as well.
Yeah, how?
Doing that sort of thing, writing. Sort of changing, making this character not yourself as much and trying to avoid. I think it sort of maybe depends on the book as well. What's the context of the vulnerability you're exploring? I wanted to explore bravery and what it means to be a man and in this wartime experience that obviously I haven't been through. I've never fought for my country or something, but I wanted it to be truthful. So all you can do is write what you know, and I guess hope that some of that means something to someone else.
Your works are all so unique, but I really wonder who your mentors have been and which authors you lean into when you're reading yourselves. Jennifer, who's been most influential for you?
I studied writing at TAFE, and one of the teachers there for across 2 years was Carrie Tiffany, who wrote Mateship with Birds, Every Man's Rules for Scientific Living, and most recently Exploded View, which is beautiful. I mean, they're all beautiful, but Exploded View, I kind of read it in this sick, breathless afternoon. And I was really lucky, I think maybe she and I have a similar constitution personality-wise, and we probably clicked in that way. I would never say I have a similar style to her because she's so beautiful, but I think we both lean toward economy even though that's a really fat book. At a sentence level, we both lean toward economy, and she really kind of took me under her wing in a very low-pressure way because I don't like being pressured into things. She just kind of like let me know that, if I wanted to pursue publication, that was a possibility. And I think I was like 22, and that, you know, that was really meaningful, because she was the first person to I don't know, to let me think that I could take it seriously.
Yeah. And then the Miles Franklin.
Yeah.
At what
Who'd
age?
have thunk it?
31?
Yeah.
I loved your family celebration, by the way, because you couldn't actually have a ceremony for it because of COVID, and they got all the T-shirts and
yeah,
they
went all out. They still wear the T-shirts all the time. So you'll be pleased to know.
Are you selling them up the back?
Honestly, actually, sorry, can I really quick story? I had to take my mum's iPhone to the Apple store the other day to get it fixed, and she wasn't able to take it. And I realised as I stood there that it had a sticker, a huge Bodies of Light sticker on the back of her iPhone case. Aww. And I booked in, and the person said Liz Down, my mother's name. And I went up and I said, oh, you know, my name's actually Jennifer, this is my mother's phone, I know all her passwords. And she kind of just turned the phone over to look at like how to get it out of the case, and it just said like Jennifer Down. And she's like, oh, is this a beauty business? She was like, is this a massage parlour? And I was like, yeah. The merch is everywhere. The merch.
Yeah.
The stickers my mother insisted
on. You're a good daughter. Yeah. Vulnerability hangovers, Holden, I want to hear your take on this, because, I mean, look, you write the scenes well, I'll tell you what, they're, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Do you know what, the creative process is the best part, and I actually don't find I get any hangover at all from the writing. Like, I find that just genuinely super cathartic, and I have fun, and if I'm writing, even if it's a really, like, full-on scene, and it's hectic emotionally, I'm usually really happy when I'm writing it. Like, there's this sense that the writer is there, like, opening a vein onto the page. I'm happy, I've got my music on, I have my little coffee, and then, suicide, dark stuff. But that, I'm not in a bad place. It's more about when you go into talking about it, and I guess everyone wants to know a little bit of, is this made up? Is this a fictional story? Or, kind of what, the other panelists have been saying. Is it you? Is it you in the book? And I didn't know how to calibrate that the first time around. So with Invisible Boys, I would kind of, for about 2 months, I think every day on that tour, it was 60 days, and every day I was like, so this is how I felt when I was, 18, and I told the whole story, the suicidal ideation, and it messed me up. And even things like, I remember being in Albany, and someone asked something that happened, like a sex scene in Invisible Boys.
Yeah.
That's really awkward. It's like a really messed up thing. And they were like, did that really happen to you? And I was so stupid. I didn't get that you should like hold some things back. So I was like, well, yes, actually. And the moment,
right?
well, I don't pull any punches. That's what I thought. But the moment it was out of my mouth, I was like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. And so from that exact moment in Albany 3 years ago, I went, I'm not doing that anymore. And so this time around with The Brink, I've been, media ask for a comment on LGBT policies or whatever, and I just say, no, I'm not going there. I understand people know that I've been through that stuff, but any activism or advocacy I have to do, I write books.
Yeah.
That's what I do. And it's in there. So it just protects myself a little better.
And fair enough as well. Look, no one had written about levers from a Perth point of view, so I was just like, yes, WA, this is amazing. Especially for someone who didn't get to go to levers. I was too busy playing clarinet. So by reading The Brink, I felt like I'd been. I wish, I won't give away the ending. Has everyone read The Brink, or are you about to read The Brink? Yep, good, wonderful. Look, I wanted to pick out this is a very short bit that I absolutely adored, but it's just the way you've written it. Dad's up on site, stuck on a shitty 3-in-1 swing, and my mother's ashes don't talk back. The rattle of the flywire door on chip paint wood is almost as loud as the silence of nobody shouting at me not to slam it. And I just went, oh. And when you just get a physical feeling from the words. When you are in a writing space, how quickly do the words come to you?
Well, it depends if they're good or bad words. Bad words can come very quickly. And that's usually how I write a first draft, to be honest. Most of my books have been written, I don't know if you guys have ever done like NaNoWriMo or National Novel Writing Month. So like November or sometimes in April, there's like a month and you have to churn out a whole novel. And you band together with other writers and you all write a novel. So The Brink was written that way. Invisible Boys was, everything I've written has been written in the space of like 2 or 3 months. But they're bad. These are not good. I mean, there was a version of The Brink that was just a bus exploding at Caterby. And
Keanu
like it
Reeves,
was this
why not?
action-adventure thing,
Okay.
There was a version of it where it was like people were cage fighting for organ harvesting on this Brink Island. Like, they're stupid ideas, like these are not going to get published. But
read that.
Yeah, me too.
Can I send it to you? It's no, but there's things on the cutting room floor. So so I find, but that's my best process. And Stephen King talks about the first draft is you're writing for yourself as the writer, and then the second draft you're writing for the reader, and you're trying to work out like what is the story actually going to be for the world. So that's how I tend to write. Very quick first draft, and then spend years fixing it and getting told why it's bad.
Hooray. Michael, what's your process like?
I feel like my first draft takes a lot longer than that.
Yeah. Well, just the formatting alone, Michael.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Exactly. And then there's multiple years of being told, this needs to change and that needs to change. In Where the Line Breaks, especially writing a thesis, an academic thesis, which I haven't done before, that was entirely new, and trying to write something that people would want to read. There's not a lot of academic thesi out there that people want to read. So trying to make it readable, I had to go through so many different versions of that. So it takes a while. I think on a good day, stuff comes out, but yeah, like Holden said, it's not very good stuff to begin with.
Yeah, and with the thesis, you even keep track of who's emailing who at what time, and I thought that alone is a lot of work.
I did have, I inserted a bunch of made-up books in my references there, and then I forgot which ones were real and which ones were made up. So I wouldn't recommend doing that, because you do have to go back at some point and say, oh wait, is this real? Is this not? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. Jennifer, what's your process like? How do you write?
I used to say I was a really slow writer, and then just in the last year or so I've been trying not to say that, because I realised that actually I write reasonably quickly, although not as quickly. NaNoWriMo has always, that's what, NaNoWriMo, sorry, I just had that always kind of fills me with, makes me feel really sweaty and anxious, just that, because I can't do writing every day. I'm really impressed by it, but the idea of me doing it makes me feel nauseous. And so I think I'm a pretty quick writer, but I just have to sit with ideas for so long. And I think that's probably also a function of always, I know that you work as a labourer, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you do, Michael, but I assume
I'm a barista.
You're a barista. So we all have other jobs, but I think because I've always worked these other hours, there's a lot of time that I can't be writing in front of the screen, but I'm thinking about it. And so I think I spend a really long time, I don't know, metabolizing things and researching and reading and then sitting with it some more. And then by the time I sit down to write, I more or less know what I want to say. And it comes out relatively cleanly, but I'm also slow, and I'm a mean editor on myself. So I work as a copywriter in my day job, and it's awful bastard work that is the pits of I'm going to go to hell for what I'm doing, but no, I'm not. I don't do really bad. I do have some ethics, but it does teach you to not be precious about your sentences. So I think that probably works in my favour in some ways, in that my edits are quite light, because I've usually tortured myself, and I know which words I've repeated, and yeah.
What is the time? Let me just check, because usually on radio I can see it straight in front of me. We'll do questions very soon. We're going to wrap up at 4:45. And by the way, signing will happen on this floor. So if you go out those doors, I hope you're ready to go, doing your stretches. Wonderful, good. Now, how do you feel when somebody says to you, What are you going to do next? What are you working on?
It's the worst thing you can say to an author. Because usually we're just in the throes of it. I don't know about you guys. The moment it's asked, it's like, no. But are you wanting to know?
Maybe.
I'm working on my third book at the moment. So I actually handed it into my editor at Text, Jane Pearson. I don't know if we have the same editor, do we?
No, I have I have. What an awful thing.
I know we have.
Elena, who is also a very dear friend.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yes. So I've handed it into my editor at Text the day before I started the Brink tour. So it kind of went off into her hands, and then I've been doing promo mode for the Brink ever since.
Yeah.
And I've not really been thinking about the third book, but this one's for adults, so I'm shifting to write for the adult contemporary market, and the character is an angry Sicilian Australian gym junkie with drinking problems. I can't tell you who he's based off, but it's probably going to cover similar territory emotionally to the first two books, but I think it'll be a little bit more grown up in some ways.
Awesome. And you'll write it in 2 minutes, then away we go.
Sure. Yeah.
November's coming up.
Yeah.
It was written in about 5 weeks, the first draft, but then that one was crap. So I actually had to rewrite the whole. No, I did. I had to rewrite the whole thing.
I'll take your word for
this
it.
year. I can send it to you if you want. It's never going to be published. It's the worst thing I've ever
when
written.
I got this one early, and I was like, oh, look, family and friends.
Oh, you're showing off the arc. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Michael, how about you?
My next one, I've just moved over from London a couple of months ago, so I haven't had a huge amount of time to write, but I am writing a Western. So it's a Western Australian. So it's set early settlement, lots of gunfights, bush rangers, that sort of thing. No footnotes yet.
Okay, good to know. Good to know, Jennifer.
I have not been doing very much. I mean, I have, but not writing. I've dealing with a tricky home situation at the moment, and my day job is also off the shits insane right now. So I've been just doing very boring bill-paying stuff. But I'm in the, when I said I like to think about things for a really long time. I'm kind of in that puddling stage, or it's like looking through rock pools or something. And that's of a new book, which is in part about sketch comedy, which I don't know very much about.
I did not see that coming.
No, well,
a sketch comedy.
But
sketch yeah, and it's
wow.
Great.
Yeah, my best friend was like, well, "You're not funny," and I was like, "That's why I'm researching, babe."
That's what best friends are for.
Yeah. But yeah, I think maybe subconsciously, I just really needed a break from writing about endlessly upsetting things. So I've just been, my research is taking an edible and then going to sleep watching sketch comedy on YouTube. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm really working hard.
Well, thank you for taking one for the team with this book. All right, who would like to ask questions? Your turn now. I've had my turn. We've got about 10 minutes left. Hannah has got the microphone. Yeah. And we can also take questions on Zoom for those who are watching online. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Hi, Zoom. I didn't know Zoom was here.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know where to look.
She's everywhere.
What's an edible?
It's a magic gummy that I buy from a nice lady on Instagram that has marijuana in it and makes me go to sleep. So I have really bad insomnia.
Pulling no punches. Yes.
That's a good segue into a question. I was having a conversation with some friends last night over dinner, and we were talking about how some authors are just so prolific, like Stephen King, J.K. Rowling, and we sort of wondered, Stephen King, there's copious amounts of cocaine. Are there drugs involved in getting through a book?
Oh, that's a great question.
Caffeine is a drug.
Yeah, that's...
Will any of us get in trouble if we... the cops up the back. This is Northbridge.
The AFP is about to swoop. Take me out with a bullet between the eyes.
I'll have a gummy.
And every author I know who's ever written on something full on, not just coffee or alcohol to feel less pain, which is maybe mine. I wrote my whole uni thesis drunk, and it was okay. It worked out okay. But I don't. These days I write sober, and yeah, everyone I ever known, and I'm willing to be proved wrong by anyone else on the panel. But I know people who've sat there and just gorged themselves on magic mushrooms, and been like, yeah, cool, I'm gonna have an awesome trip. It's gonna be an amazing thing, and they write something really they think is psychedelic, and then they wake up the next day and they're like, this makes no sense. There's nothing to it.
This is a menu to a restaurant or something very strange.
Yeah, it tends to be. But I mean, maybe some writers do their best work high. I don't know. I don't.
I don't. I just take my gummy to go to sleep and I...
For a pulling no punches panel, we're pretty conscientious. Sorry to let you down. But great question, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's next? Who wants the microphone? Take it, take it. Hands up. Wonderful. To the olive cardigan. What's your name?
Hello, I'm Emily.
Hi, Emily.
This question is for Jennifer. When I read your book, Maggie felt almost like a real person to me, and I was thinking about her, you know, at various times when I wasn't reading the book. And I was just wondering, I know it was like such heavy content, and so it was probably freeing in a way to finish. But was it hard to kind of leave Maggie behind when you finished the book?
Yeah, a little bit. And I never thought, like, I'd heard other writers talk about that, and I was like, get over it. Like, like you just go on to the next thing. Like, you're done. You're off the hook. But yeah, a little bit. But there is also a point, I don't know if you feel the same, but there is also a point where you feel like you've worked something to its conclusion or it's done. And it's kind of like, I don't know if anyone is a baker here, but you know, if you're making like short crust pie dough or almost pie dough, like dough doesn't like to be worked too much, you know. There comes a point where you make it worse by kind of fiddling with it or kneading it too much. And I feel like writing is like that. And so there's like, yeah, there is a sense of kind of loss or absence, but you know it's for the best, you know. It's like that you have to, also, I mean, I think you would go crazy. I feel like that's why I don't reread old stuff, because I know that I'm just going to find things that I wish I could fix and edit. And it's like, well, I wrote one of these books, you know, almost 10 years ago. Of course, there are things that I would do differently now, but I can't change them. So I don't know. And that's kind of how I feel about characters as well. It's like, I can't do that again. It's finished.
Any other questions? We're very tame for a Saturday afternoon, I must say.
No cocaine in this. No.
I'm sorry I let you all down. Oh, it's been such an outstanding panel, honestly. You are some of the most incredible writers I've ever read. I'm not Gillian O'Shaughnessy, though, so no, just joking. But, oh my God, so many
You
books.
did replace her, though.
Yeah.
You did replace Gillian O'Shaughnessy.
I did replace
the
Gillian.
ABC.
You know how, do we all know Gillian O'Shaughnessy from the ABC? Yes, I get 17 books per day in this job on afternoons.
Wow.
But yours have been by far the highlight for me. So look, thank you so much for doing this panel. Should we go and do some signing?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank
All right.
you.
That sounds good. Let's
Thank
do
you.
it. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all heaps.